What's going on, LGs? Man, I think I walked into something that I wasn't really expecting that much. Well, because it ties into something that I covered before. And it's just one of those things. It's like, oh, that person's involved. And you kind of like, yo, this is not going to be good at all. And kind of sort of go, what sort of shit show am I getting myself into? That's okay. All right. Adora Bunny on August 27th, 2025, put this tweet out. This is weighing on me heavily since January. The reason I distanced myself from Takahata101 earlier this year was because Red Claw showed me an anonymous victim's allegation of Takahata raping her, and I distanced myself from Taka after I read that. And apparently she retired from VTubing. And it's all this censor for the victim's safety. This Red Claw person, couldn't really find. We'll try to find stuff about this Red Claw person, and it's just one of those things. I kind of, what was it? Looks like a fucking Tetris thing, and apparently a police report was filed. Supposedly, maybe because her Adora Bunny's involved. Uh, it's And when we covered the Adora Bunny situation, I came to the conclusion she's very manipulative, uh, and there's a lot of reasons to get into content creations, and one of them is money. All right. And she seems like she was definitely in it for the money. She wasn't there to be creative or basically to have fun. But she looks like she wanted power and money. And the whole situation involved her with Ratty. It kind of, that personality came through. So when I saw that she was involved in this, I kind of went, eh, eh, not good, really. Because if she's involved, then you kind of question everything, because she has a way of twisting things, making innocent comment sound like it was the worst crime that ever happened in humanity's history. But of course I went to Reddit because it was the first thing that popped up on a Google search. And this is the post that I went through. And I did click on this. As soon suddenly he excommunicado on Twitter X on March 10th. Someone asked to be unfriended, and I clicked on this. Okay. And this Alexi person unfriended him, and people were asking why. And then this person released a video, and apparently at 27 minutes and 52 seconds, she starts talking about it. And I pulled the video up here. I haven't played any of this, and I'm just coming in fresh with it. You're seeing what I'm seeing for the first time. So let's listen to what she alleged happened.
Realize that I don't think I can mentally go through that. And the only reason I did not take down my YouTube videos with him was because I didn't want this to become some stupid VTuber drama bullshit. You know what I mean? You know when you start deleting videos and the VTuber drama channels go, ooh, what's the tea? It's like, no, this is serious. This is real life. Right? I don't want to deal with that. So I was like, I'm going to just leave the videos up and then just, you know, cut things off and just keep it there. So that's my rundown. That's about it. Again, I'm more than happy to share eventually if it does come to surface. And if it doesn't, because the victim doesn't want to talk about it, that's up to them. Or if he doesn't want to talk about it, it's up to him. Either way, right? Just know that, yeah, like I pride myself on transparency. So if I can talk about it, I will. And that's about it. That's all I can really say for now. Yeah, it's just uncomfortable. And I feel like, yeah. That sounds like a lot. It is. It definitely is. I mean, I considered him one of my best friends, which really fucked me up during all of this. Because you guys saw how close Taka and I were. And, you know, I spent a lot of time going through that. And it fucking blew. And I'm just happy that I have good friends now that are really supportive and really amazing. And I'm super blessed that they are so great. Oh, it's that situation? You can stop now? You don't know the situation. Hello? Feel free to enlighten the class if you know the situation, though. Because I'm 100% sure you don't. Well, go for it. Person who's going to say something that has nothing to do with it. Go ahead, random chatter. Go for it.
I'm looking at the chat and I don't see what she's talking about. But apparently she's not the victim. She talked to the victim and it believed her. I'm assuming that this victim have evidence of the allegations that she put forth. Okay, as far as I know, I don't think the victim has ever come forward and say, "Hey, he did this stuff to me." But let's go see here.
For it. Bro has no clue. I know. Insane. You said, oh, it's that situation. What? That's all
I
you
don't
said. Oh, it's that situation. You didn't say what it was. You don't know what it is. Huh? I'm making an assumption.
I was talking to Captain Critter.
Motherfucker, you just lowered the IQ of the chat room. God damn. That's crazy.
Okay.
What the fuck? I watched that shit happen in real time. I promise you, you have no idea what the fuck happened. And I promise you that. That's not even up for debate. That's insane. Do you know how I know you don't know? Because I was lied to at the start. Because I was originally told, oh, it's about a threesome. And I was like, oh, that's stupid. And then they're like,
Now we're talking about threesome? Hey, JP. It's a... This gets... It's... This is like secondhand information, you know what I'm saying? That Adora Bunny has propagated. You know, for one, we'll get more into it here in a second. Let's
like,
play a
oh,
little bit
no,
more
it's
of
not
this.
about that. It's actually a completely different situation. He just lied to you. I was like, oh. what the fuck are we doing here? Like, stop bringing up drama to me that has nothing to do with the actual situation. So stupid.
What's the situation?
Like, insane. Also, I don't give a shit who anybody has relations with. So, like, whatever. Unless it's unconsensual, then I care. But yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I know some people go with this whole believe all victims. No, don't do that. Listen, advise them. It's like, if have you gone to the police, that kind of stuff. Do you need to talk to somebody, a professional, that kind of stuff. You know, I'm all for that, but the straight up say believe all victims is kind of naive, because, no, put it bluntly, people lie all the fucking time. They lie for whatever reason, and you can come to your own conclusions to the reason why they lie. I mean, but to sit there and just automatically believe somebody that this person did this horrible thing to me without, without any justification behind it. Well, that's what I'm getting at. Do they have experience or have any signs really of this happening to them? I know there are signs that people display if they've been sexually assaulted. I hate to tell you that. There are signs that if someone's been sexually assaulted, it's the personality, the time, how they speak about certain subjects, and that kind of stuff. And and people who have been sexually assaulted and hear someone lie about it, they know automatically they fucking lied. All right? They automatically know. Especially if they're like too perfect about it. It's like if they read a book on how to behave that way. Because everybody's a little bit different. We're all individuals and react different to those situations, but there are some things that are in common, but not everything. And when someone's doing everything, you start to question, is like, did you read a pamphlet or something? Because you're just hitting all the boxes, man. You're hitting all the boxes. Now, I'm not saying that it didn't happen to you, but I've got to have to sit there and kind of wonder, if this is true. If it's too perfect, you begin to wonder, But I'm not saying that the person who made these allegations is lying. And I want to make that very clear. It supposedly, according to Adora Bundy, that over here in this tweet or this is a text message that Red Claw, so apparently it alludes to that effect a police report has been filed. Okay, he alludes to it. Whether it has or hasn't been, I don't know. But as far as I know, is Red Claw on Twitter? No, just Red Claw. Let's see. That's no. Okay. I'm assuming it's Red Claw draws. Is that it? Uh, this no. This is what a lot of people don't do. Like more Kazan is like look into this and find out if these people are actually it could be a different Red Claw. I don't know. Obvious apparently is an artist, and he's tied in with Adora Bundy and Ratty. I mean, it's one of those things. I kind of just sit there and it's not that I do believe Ratty got fucked over, but was some Adora Buddy was trying to fuck over Ratty. All right, I don't know if Red Claw was somehow manipulated to get involved in this. You know, it's one of those things I'm like curious about. This apparently happened in March. We're way back here in fucking August. I wish there was a way that you can go to a certain month and just look up tweets. But let's try this. Red Claw draws in Takahata. Mm. I don't think I'm going to find him saying anything on X or Twitter. You know, uh, he apparently hasn't said anything about it on X and Twitter. We're at 2021 here. Okay. You know, there's really, I'm not, because it would be fairly recent, It'd be something like it would be, especially closer I get to the top. That's when his name shows up with it. But it's because there's so little bit of information on the allegations. It's kind of hard to like. I want to get the other side's take on it, and I hate going to Reddit. I don't who this. I don't know who this is. I don't. And just because they're associated with somebody doesn't mean shit. You know. Uh, it's there's a lot of. Apparently, he was part of Dragon Ball A Bridge. You know. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, all this is talking about a whole bunch of other shit. I'm looking at links here, trying to find out. I was trying to get more information about how this all started, and it's no. I'm trying to. I'm slightly confused here. I don't. It's. I mean, apparently, there's an allegation that he raped somebody. And apparently, someone brought this publicly and was supposedly being handled privately, and someone chose to go public with it. I don't know if it was Adora Bundy, but it is. But the problem is there's a lot of hearsay being tossed around. Uh, I mean, it's a whole bunch of things are being alluded to. You know, it's you know. If someone is slandering him to Cloud Partner's friend, he's aware who have started and doesn't want to start a witch hunt. He got proof of the slander and hopes not to use it in a legal situation. The situation sucks. He's taken a step back from content for a while. Problem is now neither side has offered actual proof. Alicia is the one making it prominent. She says she talked about the allegations and he confirmed it, which why she dropped them. But she won't say who it is or what happened until the victim comes forward. But here's Taka says he didn't do anything. It's a he said, she said kind of thing. No actual proof either way. I want to believe Taka, but honestly speaking, it is only his word against many. So it doesn't look like the supposed victim, although not supposed, the alleged victim, didn't come forward. Everybody is speaking for them. She's pretty much go around telling people he did this horrible thing to her, which is causing him to lose friends, collabs, and all that stuff. It's affecting his career as a content creator. But there is no viable proof out there of what he did. It's all a mystery, you know. I mean, did he just kiss a girl without permission? I mean, what was this horrible thing that he did? I mean, listen, I've been around on the internet long enough and listened to people lose their career because they kissed somebody consensually, mind you, and touch someone's hair or put their hand on their shoulder. All of a sudden, it's a sexual act. So without the alleged victim coming forward publicly and saying he did this, 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 and this, we're getting a whole bunch of ambiguous information alleging that he supposedly raped somebody, but the victim hasn't come forward. And if he hasn't been arrested for it, obviously, because he's back on Twitter, you know. He left in May. So uh, and no, innocent before proven guilty. And if you're not proven guilty, you're innocent. You know, it, it's one of those things like freedom of speech, but freedom of speech does not mean you can say anything you want without repercussions. Okay. Now, to the alleged victim's credit, she didn't make a public statement. Everybody else did it for her. You know, I don't know if it's a VTuber or not, but regardless if it was or wasn't, it's still, she still hasn't come forward. Obviously, there hasn't been a police report. There's no, if there's no charges filed, because September 9th he made this, and this is the 15th, and he posted this. You know, it's one of those things. If he was under investigation, he wouldn't release the Google Doc because it could be held against him. You know what I'm saying? In a court of law. So it's one of those things you kind of question what exactly happened, and you don't need all these other people coming out saying the victim said this, the victim said that. Well, you're not the victim, so you need to keep your fucking mouth shut because you're talking about something actually serious, legitimately a possible illegal act happened. Your best thing to do if you really do care about this alleged victim is keep your fucking mouth shut. Let them decide how they want to handle it because they are the victim. If they want to pursue legal action, you going around talking about is not fucking helping at all. In fact, you're making it worse for the alleged victim. The best thing you can do is keep your fucking mouth shut. Because here's a shocking thing to think about. It doesn't really involve you. You're not the victim. You're not the victim's family. Hell, you're probably in the victim's head, you're not really a close IRL friend that she sees on a daily basis. You're someone that she talks to occasionally online. You know, if something bad happens to me, the last thing I would do is go tell my online friends and have them spread it around for me. You know, because if something bad happens to me, I want to take legal action. The last thing I need is people going online and spreading a whole bunch of bullshit around. You know, and kind of making the situation even more muddier, more convoluted than it has to be. So if someone comes to you and says, this person did this horrible thing to me, first thing, I don't look a lot about that. Then I'm trying to understand with you. Well, I'll explain it for you. If something bad happens, okay, and a friend, you have a friend, and somebody did something horrible to him. One, as a friend, the first thing you should suggest is, did you go to the police? Did you file charges? You know, while it's still fresh in your head, all that stuff. Go to the police, file charges. And if they don't want to, as a friend, say, well, I think you should go talk to somebody. There's support groups and all that. Because I'm just a friend. I'm not a professional. I don't really know how to help you. You need to talk to someone that has been trained to help with these type of situations. And so they can point you down the right path. I'm all for getting professional help if you're going through a traumatic time in your life, because then they can help you get through it. You know, if I put it bluntly, if you've been raped, you go to the police. That's the first thing you should do. I know it's no, I know it sounds so easy for me to say that. It's people. It's hard. It's a difficult thing to constantly relive that experience. But from what I understand, from what I've learned, is that people who do, even if they somehow manage not to win, and it's very rare, to be honest with you, they come out better. It doesn't control their life, like compared to someone who didn't go to the police, didn't get help. You know, if someone is going through a traumatic time, it's important for them to get help so they can deal with it properly. And I'm not talking about someone who basically fucking stubbed their toe or had, let me put it to you different. I'm not talking about people who got mean words said to them. All right. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about legitimately, truly heinous things. It's like the V Shoujo girls. It's what happened to them. It's very traumatic what happened. They trusted someone, they betrayed their trust, and they may need to sit down and talk to someone about it. You know, get someone, actually a professional, to help them to cope through that, you know? I mean, it's going to take time to healing. Sometimes you need a professional, a psychologist, to help you with that. But let's get into this Google Doc of Takahata's. All right. Okay. How many pages? Only 8 pages. Okay, it's not that bad. It's not like 90 pages or some shit like that. It's fairly large type. All right. Let me get something to drink here before we get into it. Oh boy. Okay, this is one of the saddest and most difficult periods of my life. I have been hugely hurt by a wonderful person who I loved for over 9 years. I've been target of allegations, speculations, ill-informed judgment, and malicious rumor, all of which have been untrue, and which fortunately I do have evidence to disprove. This one special person may have been the source for this, but they carry no blame. Others who have fed jack-alike on scraps they have found perhaps do. Wonder who he's talking about. What Takahata can teach everyone is to never use the internet to get justice solved. Well, he's being tried on the internet. Okay, no, the internet is the court of public opinion. He is in content creation. Okay, yeah, he could kept his mouth shut. And just hopefully it will blow over. But these are pretty serious fucking allegations people are saying or alluding to. Okay, no one has come out and said he sexually assaulted somebody. That's the interesting thing. Everybody alluded to it. Everybody danced around it. And he's getting treated like he sexually assaulted someone, where he's not been tried and convicted in a court of law. So he has, the only way to salvage his career against these really heinous accusations is in the court of public opinion is to release a Google Doc, which and go and taking the people to court for slander or defamation, which some people just don't want to do. I mean, it's a costly procedure. It takes your time. You have to put your life on hold for an extended period of time because it's not. I sue someone, and a month later we're going to court. And so I sue someone, and maybe about 4 or 5 years, if you're lucky, it's resolved. And depending where you sue them at, they got the anti-slap laws where those the anti-slap laws were supposed to prevent frivolous lawsuits, but not to stop some. But they're being used to prevent defamation cases where someone's being accused of really bad shit, and they're saying, "I didn't do it. I'm suing them because they lied," and they use the anti-slap laws to prevent it going forward. Let's put it this way: if someone accused me of rape, I'm fucking suing for defamation. And then if the anti-slap laws come in and says, "Well, we're not going any further because you haven't proved your case," I'll go, "Your Honor, my case is they lied. They have to prove that they didn't lie. And I have a right to face my accusers since they don't file any criminal charges. They're going online saying I did this stuff. The only way for me to get justice for their lies is in a court of law. And you're denying my day in court." That's what anti-slap really does. Everybody has the right for their day in court. And anti-slap prevents that. All right, for a while, I was confused and angry. I could not understand how something like this could spring from a trusting, long-lasting relationship, but now I think I understand. Dagnit. Hey, clankers. Hi, Dusty. Ghost Dusty. Sometimes in life, events occur which can rip away protective layers surrounding our emotions. Sometimes these heal, but often they lay raw and exposed close to the surface of our lives. Scientists may describe this as PTSD, but it's more than that. There's a beauty there too. Are you writing fucking poetry or something? If you knew or loved someone like this, you know what I mean. Okay. Their emotions are right there, so close to the surface. They open themselves, their hearts, their feelings to you. It's a true act of love. What you experience from them is genuine and pure. It can't be fabricated. It's the truth, emotional truth. Not going to say anything. I was going to say something, but I changed my mind. But there's more than one kind of truth. There's the truth of feelings, of emotions, of the heart. Oh boy. There's also truth of hard facts and mundane reality. And sometimes they clash and collide. These hearts cannot accept the unacceptable, even when the facts demand they should. Okay. We're doing a lot of dancing right at the moment, to be honest with you. I have found the difference between untruth and a lie. I have found the difference between untruth and a lie. What the fuck does that mean? A lie is a deliberate falsehood, cold, deliberate, rational, but an untruth can spring from a deeper place, from a heart that has no place for reality is being asked to acknowledge. Instead, insisted its own truth. That's not untruth. That's delusions. That's not untruth. That's being delusional. That your reality is the only reality that matters, and everybody has to accept that's your reality. For many of us in the VTuber world, oh, finally, we're getting talked about VTuber. I think a constructed reality can seem a safe, happier place. I guess I could kind of see what he's getting at there. I mean, you're using an avatar, you're protected, you want to be anonymous and all this stuff, you want to be private. So you're creating this reality of wherever your avatar, you're creating lore videos and all that stuff. Okay, I kind of understand what he's saying, and think this world provides shelter for who, for many whose other lives are raw and vulnerable realities. Okay, I have suffered mental turmoil myself. I don't know why I went into a southern accent, but I'm sorry. And have found many of the relationships here to be more fulfilling, meaningful, and safer than I've experienced in my outside world. Okay. This person that I loved for so many years came into my life before my entry into the VTubing world back when we met at a convention. And we built the truth of a relationship together. I thought we knew each other deeply and truly, but we may never really know the other us living in our relationship. But maybe I never really knew the other life she was leading. Everybody keeps secrets. No. We could do the philosophical discussion, about people keeping secrets. I mean, this is the truth. Even if you're a long lasting 50-year marriage, your partner is keeping secrets from you. Because there's some things they just don't want to share with you. Not that they feel it's not your business, it causes them too much pain to do it. Or they need to keep that little bit to themselves. And that may be, it's not nothing, typically it's not nothing horrible. Maybe they just like you love the color blue, and you want the blue's the main theme of your house, and the secret is he hates the fucking color blue. He can't fucking stand looking at it, but he puts up with it because he loves you. It's that kind of stuff, It's nothing earth shattering or anything. It's just like little things you do to make your partner happy, But secretly, you just fucking can't stand it. That's all. And to think you get into a relationship and you're going to know that person completely and totally, it's a very naive thing. It is. Because it's not going to happen. You'll never know another person 100%. You may get high as maybe 98 if you're lucky. But, typically you get to know them about 95% because 5% they hold back without realizing it. Okay, they're holding stuff back. I mean, you have a bunch of cats and they fucking can't stand cats, but they want to be with you because they love you. So they'll put up with the fucking cats. Hell, the people across the street I gave them a ride to someplace to pick up something. You know what they pick up? A fucking pig. I'm like going, what? You want a pet pig? Okay. As long as it's not in my house, I don't fucking care. The boyfriend didn't act too thrilled either, so I'm just saying it's like a fucking pig. Why do people want a pig? I'm getting her so she'll be happy. Whatever. About a year from now, he's gonna have a different name, Bacon. That's why he's gonna have. But maybe we never knew the other. Okay, I read that. We finally came together, and this perhaps the harsh conclusion. Collision. I'm sorry, harsh collision of the two worlds, clash of realities. Oh, I've never seen or expected or failed allowed to it. Okay. No, this is the reason why I don't like Google Docs. It's like part of me, I don't know, he's laying foundation. I get that. But there's a part of me is like, get to the fucking point already. You know, you're trying to rip the band-aid off slowly, gently. No, the best way is just to grab that fucking thing and go yank. And it stings. It doesn't hurt any less if you do it slow. Just grab the fucker and just yank that fucking band-aid off and just deal with the fucking pain. But all right. We worked and planned to arrange a meeting. It was to be joyful, tender, erotic, happy, open. But the reality was different. I think I didn't belong in this or her other world. Oh, jeez, this woman's beginning to sound psychotic. There, our openness and strength of our feelings became simple and vulnerable. She found no place for me in that world, but nor did she want to hurt or reject the person she had loved all these years. So you finally meet up after like being in this like long distance relationship for years. I really don't understand what's going on. So she allowed a new truth to be shaped. Okay, a truth that made sense of her response, her feelings, a truth that didn't match the facts of what happened, but true in her heart. Okay, I had now been found by her to be a different kind of person guilty of kind of insensitivity, and even sexual abuse that had no place in the world of the 9 years of our previous relationship, love, sharing, and intimacy. So this is what was said and implied, suggested to others in that world. Okay, really. It is untrue, but it sprang from a hurt heart. Others fed hungrily on it for questionable personal reasons. It sounds like he's defending her in a way. You know what I'm saying? It's I know it's nice that he's trying to protect her and all this stuff, but this woman accused you of doing some heinous shit, man. I mean, he's being a lot nicer than I would have been, to be honest with you. I'll be like, this bitch said I did this. I fucking didn't do this. She's psychotic. Here's the fucking proof. I know. All right, but I do owe the truth to my friends, and so I set out as clearly as I can. Oh, thank God, we come to the end of this melodrama. I don't mean to be offensive to him. It's like all that before this, it was just melodrama. The details of what happened over these few days of our meeting, if it reads a little clumsily, I make no apologies. It's best based on simple records, communication notes. I do not want to polish or refine this. I simply want to share the truth, but it is underpinned by evidence, solid, written, and now shared with my professional advisors. I'm assuming lawyers. Jesus. Sounds like he's writing a fucking script to a movie. Hey, this is what I do when I read Google Docs. I critique them for the way that they're written. You know? It's like, just get to the fucking facts. I mean, stop playing scriptwriter and just get to it. Because as the guy, I mean, I even criticized like the one for Cinder where the guy sounded like a fucking lawyer. I was like, don't do that. Don't do that. You're not a lawyer. Don't act like one because it just devalues your Google Doc. And I'm not going to read it. Because if I want to read legal documents, I would have became a fucking lawyer. No offense to anybody, but just the way I feel. Okay, I've known EJ, also known as Mistress Doom VT. For okay, we got something to work with now. Let's see if she has a present on Twitter. Because I kind of want to hear her side of the story, you know? I mean, I'm just hearing basically allegations from people who are not fucking involved in this shit. And paste. Oh, there we are. This is September 11th. Okay. Hey, I promised to update once I've spoken to all relevant authorities, which I spent all day yesterday doing. I'm doing this on the police and make sure I can't stand post regarding the situation until I resolve in the legal system. It's going to take time. It's a very situation. It's across multiple countries. So I'm getting solve this. This is not a public matter. It will not be resolved in the court of public opinion. Okay. No one who has spoken public on X has done it with my consent. Oh, there's something. There, right there. So Adora Bunny coming out on X should have just kept her fucking mouth shut if she didn't have consent of the victim, because supposedly this is the victim. They haven't even spoken to me regarding the situation or some ever at all. All right. Okay. All right. Will not see the other, maybe ever, but at the minimum, not until it's resolved in the legal system, which could take years. Okay. All right. Okay. It's very. There is no doc from me in existence regarding this. Okay. Which we kind of, I know. There were mentions in making one, but I never actually made one. All right. I truly believe I do not hold the right to cancel anybody's career. Cool. All right. People can support who they want, and that is their choice, which I respect. People often preach online that people should go to the police if they believe that they experienced a crime. I chose to do that, and I stand by that. All right. She apparently did go to the police. Good for her. If As for my mental health, no one has right to speak on that aside from myself and the professionals involved. Okay, she's getting help. She's seeing a psychiatrist. All right. Everyone is so incredibly hard. This past heal support from the Ray Christ speech. Okay. All right. So here's something important. If you see people posting claiming to be on my behalf, know that it's not. Okay. This kind of sets the tone of things, doesn't it? All right. I mean, at least she's taking a right stance for now. Please just let the police do their job. You know? Okay. Uh, the interesting thing I got here is all these people who are talking about, like this person here, Alexa X Death, talking about they did it without her permission, and she doesn't approve of it. Adora Bunny, she didn't approve of that. You know, it's you know she's pretty much saying that this is going to be handled privately. This is not going to be put out there in a public sphere for you all to make 50 plus videos about, you know? And if you choose to do that, just know you don't have my consent to talk about it. Sorry, I just found this out. But I'm going to keep on talking about it. But, you know, I'm not really taking a side. And that she's going to handle this privately with the police department and she's getting help, which good. Dora did that. Yeah, she did. Okay. I mean, these comments. No, if she's gone to the police, she's doing the smart thing. She's not. Everybody is expecting her, like this one here. This comment here is say, "Hey, you're not putting your cards on the table. You're not releasing your own Google Doc. You're not presenting evidence that what you're saying." She doesn't have to. Here's the thing: she doesn't have to. If she's gone to the police, that's their job, and they take it to court. They follow charges. People get arrested. All that shit. She doesn't have to do the whole public opinion bullshit if she doesn't want to. You know? She doesn't have to. She didn't. Don't make a Google. She didn't. She just released a statement. Because after he presented the Google Doc, she released a statement. Someone didn't dox her. She did condemn them. I mean, what? Has this world have a reading comprehension problem? Seriously, this is like what? How many Google Docs I have covered here on this channel? This is like the 10th or 12th thing, and I read them and I comprehend them. Then you see comments like right here that people can't read and comprehend what's being said. They're looking for stuff, reading in between the lines, all that stuff. No, everything's right here from her. Black and white, don't read between the lines, just read what's there. If she says no one had her permission to talk about it, guess what? All the people who talk about it didn't have her fucking permission. There you go. Why did they talk about it? Well, because they wanted clout. That's why. They wanted their viewership to improve. Come on. Don't be fucking stupid. Okay, let's continue on with this. All right. In Newcastle, we hung out a lot during the weekend. We spent a lot of time together, including getting Subway sandwiches at 3 a.m. after drinking, dancing, playing board games at a convention. During that time, I could tell I was crushing on her, and I didn't share that until later. Later told me she had feelings for me, but we didn't act on those feelings during the trip. After that, we began an online romantic and sexual relationship for a while. Online sexual relationship or an actual sexual relationship? There's a difference, if you're sexting, no, you're sexting. But if you're actually having a sexual relationship, then it's different. Kept in communication on again, off again for years. It was a mutual friend's wedding in November 2019 when I saw AJ again. And, oh, okay, it was no sexting. Okay, they weren't actually having sex. All right, when I saw AJ again in person for the second time, to be honest, I thought she hated me for communication breaking off. So when I saw that she was at the wedding, I was nervous. In fact, when I got there, she was also arriving. So I put the button and said hello and waved at her, and we got talking. And we found out she was also worried that I might hate her because she stopped communicating with me. Okay, so we left it off. We spent a good chain of time dancing, having a long conversation over several hours on the steps of the manor where the wedding was taking place. At that moment, I knew absolutely in reality I still have feelings for her, but I was dating somebody else, and that's why we did nothing. We went to our separate rooms that night, although I knew I had deep feelings for her. Okay. All right. I'm so glad I ate dinner before this. Several months after the wedding, I ended my relationship with my partner at that time. We pursued a non-monogamous lifestyle, which allowed me to interact freely with EJ. And during this time, EJ and I talked, engaged our very intimate conversations once again. Now they're flirting. Getting to stuff I really don't want to know about, but whatever. We discussed how we lusted after each other and how it was hard that we lived so far away from each other. Throughout COVID, our relationship was on again, off again, but our constant communication didn't start again until we entered Vtubing, which I was already working in before she also entered it. All right, whatever. During which we started talking constantly. From there, our relationship grew stronger than it ever had before. She started to work on my channel and my streams, helped out with organization. AJ proved herself to be extremely talented at organization structure for my streams. Wonder what he's talking about. I have no organizational structure. It's like, hey, we're going to talk about this. All right, we're going to play this game. That's my organization structure. Our relationship grew into an actual romance that lasted several years, during which she confessed to me that she was in love with me. I confessed to her I felt the same. So far, I believe we're in a romantic relationship together. What's this? All right, apparently we are doing this. Okay, there's things here. I don't know. Apparently, someone lives in the UK. Who lives in the UK? I don't know. I'm assuming she does. I'm not going to read all this. I mean, if you want to read it as I scroll through, I'll give you time to do it. Uh, 2 years, I used to think Alicia was cool. Hmm. Oh, everybody wants clout or get attention somehow. Well, even I do. Look at my channel. The shit I cover. Jesus. About 3 minutes of sex. Uh, okay, this is like your typical lovey-dovey stuff. I'm looking forward to see you kind of stuff. Uh, but it's kind of hard to tell who's saying what. I mean, it's kind no, because there's no names. I don't know. This looks like Apple. Is this app? I think it could be an Apple text message. Uh, okay. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah. I mean, that it just shows that they were happy to finally be seeing each other. Okay, she is one of the few people in the world I spoke to constantly and trusted. I saw her as a partner. We shared multiple years of intimacy remotely, sexting, and we spoke often of me visiting her or her visiting me. Finally, I bit the bullet and decided to buy a ticket on April 2024 to fly and see her at the end of August 2024, which coincided with the event AEW All in London to share with her something I really enjoy. She expressed the excitement that I actually bit the bullet about tickets, arranged my visit. She's the one who's never done something like this. She said no one's ever done something like this before. We talked about dates. I would be there, discuss where I would stay, what we would get up to. She stated she would meet me in her site. EJ suggests staying closer to Wembley. Okay. No, I'm kind of happy we didn't get to see the rest of that because I don't want to know. Right? There's some things I just don't. Uh, the things I just don't want to read. You know, I get, I get it. I get it. Uh, yeah, you want to have sex. I get the idea. It's just whatever, man. Whatever. Things I don't need to know about. Caution with what you're. Yeah, I know. Alicia, she's the one that did that video that we watched a little bit of, and you know, it is it is what it is. A few days before the trip, she told me she had a medical issue with one of her animals. She may not be able to come out. No, originally intended to plan originally intended plans might change, but the last correspondence states she's planning to come out the night I arrive, which eased my personal anxiety as I would be alone otherwise. She expressed apprehension of being in London away from her home, but nothing she said made it clear to the extent it would be an issue for her. And because I did not know about the severity of the episode she had experienced in the past, and her resulted deep ill ease about being away from home, I didn't perhaps pay as much attention to her apprehension as I might have done otherwise, as the severity was not impressed upon me beforehand. She will only be an hour away from her home. An hour is a pretty long time, man. I mean, it's an hour there, an hour back, and if you look at it, it's 2 hours, but whatever. Every communication we shared leading up to my departure was warm, positive from both sides. Okay. Well, correspondence was very personal and intimate. And she told me she had mental health issues, which she's been battling throughout her life. However, when she talked about her mental health issues, she never indicated how severe they were. They never do. They never do. Okay, however, but I never questioned this, and I didn't pry into the specifics of her illness. So I was never aware of the severity of the issue she faced until I arrived in England. Okay, as someone who has mental health issues too, this goes back to the whole video I did about mental VTubers. Most VTubers have mental issues in some way or another. But anyway, I can understand fighting your own demons, and I would never disrespect hers for this. In fact, I too have PTSD regarding flying. Okay, he has a fear of flying. I told her repeatedly I was concerned about traveling in flight. She asked if I had medication set as to be specific. I told her I did. I took Ativan, a new medication to help calm my nerves while flying. During the trip over, I took over double the intended dosage, and the flight was incredibly turbulent. Okay. All right. I get the fear of flying, all that stuff. But when the time comes for our meeting to arrive, a different reality cut in. When I landed, everything changed in a minute. I realized I had increased lethargy and I was disoriented, experiencing increased anxiety. I was in the Uber to the hotel when I received a text message from EJ saying she wouldn't be able to coming until likely Saturday evening. The reason she gave was her dog had an ear infection. What confused me about this, she had multiple people in her home who could take care of her animals, as she informed me that in the past that these people had done so. And of course, this was disappointing as we agreed she would come Thursday or Friday at the latest. Okay. Let's look at this. As long as it doesn't get too freaking graphic. Uh, okay. All right, here's the message about the dog. still bad, if it's still bad, the earliest I'm going to be able to get to London is Saturday evening. If that's the case, would you be able to grab a train to Cambridge Friday? And I can pay for the hotel for you. That way we can still hang and look after dark. I'll pay for the train as such. Then we can head back to London together Saturday. Yeah. No, I know you. Sorry, you're getting bored, but when you cover this stuff, it's not. I know I'm not reading this excitingly, and this is all talking about the fucking dog. Okay. Uh, uh, okay, now she's kind of being a dick about this whole dog thing. She's really attached to the dog. You know. He was being a dick about the dog. You know, she was willing to have him pay for him to come see her. You should have taken up. Uh, all right. This is all about a fucking dog. You know, I can understand the loss of money about the hotel, you know, and being upset about that. Okay, but if she's willing to pay for a hotel in her hometown, you can still keep the hotel in London. You could go to London, catch the wrestling event, go back to, and even if you just spend a night in London at the hotel, then go back to her hometown and spend time there. The whole point, really, of the trip was for you to spend time with her. Okay, and if she's having an issue because how she feels about the dog, you just if you want to spend time with her, you just kind of roll with it. I don't have money to pay for the hotel. Oh, I pay for the hotel so we can have our own space. Cool, and just roll with it. Just roll with it. Don't make it a big fucking production. That's kind of what he did. We can talk about this. She keeps on saying, "I'm afraid to come to London." It's so far from her bubble. Asked me to come out and stay. She come out. Well, she was pushing hard that I come out to get a hotel in her hometown, which she would pay for. I don't know EJ and been in love with her for years. I thought the bubble nerve was the only issue. I didn't expect them to be a real problem. I know. This when I was married, my ex-wife didn't want to fucking leave Florida. And there was a period of time we lived in Delaware. All she kept on bitching about was being in Florida. It was like, come on. That's why I said she can have the whole state of Florida. I don't want to ever fucking live there again because I hate that fucking place. I was worried and disappointed. I just traveled 200 hours from British Columbia. Okay, he lives in Canada. To be with her, and this has been planned and agreed upon for months. But now it's beginning to seem like she's making excuses, including her animal as a reason not to hang with me. She offered to pay for a fucking hotel, dude, and pay for your train ticket out there, man. least that's what I got out of it. After our long text, we called one another, spoke at length on the phone. She was simply anxious about leaving her bubble and then traveling by herself. She suggested I might book another hotel closer to home. I suppose money is being spent. It was only mutually good for her to come out that night. I'll try to pick her up to leave. I'm trying to see. She was appreciated. Okay. Uh, this is all about fucking train ticket. I mean, all right. That's okay. But when we met, she seemed like a different person. I attributed her anxiety about traveling. She didn't even smile. This is not the person I knew before. When I met at conventions or at the wedding, this felt like a different reality. We chatted during the ride. Well, she was probably pissed off because you made a big deal about the fucking dog. All this other stuff, you know? You got, no, that's the way a woman is. At no point during our travel or in the hotel indeed, she suggested it was apprehensive with and she doesn't explain why she doesn't explain her medication to you. I mean, you're not fucking married. You know, just like this third time you meet in person or something like that. Let's see, the wedding, the convention, and now you're in London. She doesn't explain why. Three separate consents for three separate acts. All right. I fell asleep afterwards. Typical guy move. I'm not sure when she fell asleep. Following morning, she woke me up and said she wanted to go home towards the end of the day. I returned on a different day because she's been away from home. And more trial. She's um, mm, it's all right, whatever. Okay. Throughout the day, I checked to make sure she was okay. Apologize for anxiety about her. Just handle it when I expressed regret how I planned the trip. She stressed the fact that her anxiety got the better of her, and she still very much wanted to see me. Furthermore, she again invited me to come to her hotel. We talked again about having to get a hotel near where she lives. And later, texted me again saying she preferred just a friendo hangout on some hangouts. She said to extend her opinion and listened to her history of abuse. I felt horrible when she went into detail about it. I understood and worried I might be pushing her too far to leave her bubble to visit me. Yeah. It's uh, uh, This is just, I mean, most of these text messages that he's showing is just confirming what he's put in his document, which, no, good. Dude, don't ever, no. No, if you have sex with a woman and it's consensual, especially if it's consensual, don't ever say, I really feel fucking awful right now. Don't ever do that. Because, are you okay? You, you understand? This is no real good way of putting this. Are you okay? Are you regretting that we slept together? Now, if you want to do that, no, and express you don't regret that we got intimate. If she says no, then you're kind of in the fucking safe zone at that point, you know, because then she can't claim you raped her if she says she doesn't regret having sex with you. I mean, it's very it's very cold, you know. I mean, there was a movie. I don't remember what the movie is, where two people met at a bar, and they literally pull out contracts to have sex. Okay, I'm gonna allow you to do this, 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 and this. This is off limits. We can't do that. Yeah, half what kind? You know, but don't ever do that. Don't ever, never text anybody. I don't care if you're male, female, whatever. I really feel fucking awful right now. Don't ever say that after you have sex with somebody. Don't ever say that. All right, because then you're applying, because it could be twisted and misconstrued, all that. I'm kind of chill game with peace at the moment. Please don't feel awful like I'm not mad or anything. I just think we ought to go friendo hangout, you know. It doesn't sound like either one. I mean, going through this stuff here, these text messages, I'm being honest. And I'm not trying to slam either one of them. It sounds like neither one of them were prepared to be in a relationship, to be honest with you. They were comfortable with the long distance stuff, but when they actually met and everything, it became real. Especially when they got intimate, it became real. And they weren't prepared for the intensity of it, you know. And okay, I mean, the next day she sent an ambiguous breakup message expanding on her text from the previous day. This shocked me. I was heartbroken to my core. However, I felt the romantic split was amicable and hopeful that our long-standing friendship was still strong. Despite thoroughly devastated, I told her I understood and respect her for where she was coming from. She appreciated this and told me she wanted me to come visit her at her hometown during my trip. Okay. Mm. Mm. I mean, we read the important part. Okay, they broke up, then they're not going to play the whole boyfriend girlfriend thing, which no. Then we talked about come to the AEW show. Asked her if she was comfortable doing me back and forth. She said she was worried about getting home in time. I already said I didn't want to take. Didn't. I already said that I do not in any way expect her to stay the night from being away from home because undue stress. I told her I was willing to leave the show early to help to get her train back. I was adamant the whole time. I didn't want her to do anything she wasn't comfortable with. I didn't want her to feel obligated, or as her anxiety was clearly debilitating. When she arrived in the hotel with one of her roommates and carers, was happy with us because it helped with her anxiety. Decided to pack her stuff up. She would leave with the front desk, and she could grab it on the way out later that evening. Sorry, not laughing at the situation. Your delivering is sort of blindside. It's no. I know how I'm doing it. It's like it's because I'm confused a lot of the time. You know, when I read these things, when I read Google Docs, it's sort of like part of my mind is going, "Why are you putting out a Google Doc? Why can't you just make a fucking video?" Because either way, if it's like this is something law enforcement is supposedly involved, either way, it's going to go to court. They're going to use this as evidence against you or for you, whatever. But it's, I really don't like Google Docs, to be honest with you. I just can't deal with them. But the whole thing is like, it's like we went to the wrestling event. By the time we got to the stand, there was a fair crowd of people. I could tell she was starting to get really, really, really nervous. So I asked her honestly about come to the show. She asked many times leading up to this. She replied there were too many people and need to go home. Naturally, I was disappointed, but didn't take it personally. Her anxiety was clearly overwhelming. So she left with her friend who waited nearby until she wanted to head home so she would have someone to travel with. I saw the show alone. Okay. There's this thing about going to the event. I just don't. This is just going over what he said here. Friend looking drunk as shit, to be honest with you. And this is like, okay. It's just the friend looks like he's high as fuck, to be honest with you. Not making any judgments, okay? It was Sayer's response to clear a name. Now it's all gossip. Okay. The first Google. Okay. The first Google Doc was against Niji, huh? It's only been down here after that. It was Seiho's response to clear a name. Now it's all gossip. I really thought the first was Nano. No, JP Google Docs has been happening for a while. It just apparently has become more popular nowadays. No, it was a VTuber clearing her name after being fired and having her name dragged through. Yeah, the Seiyu thing. The whole Niji, I said this before. The whole Niji Sanji stuff is a majorly clusterfuck. I could do a month of shows just like this on Niji Sanji, and all the documents, all the stuff that happened there. Just a whole fucking month of it, and it would be like 6 or 7 hour long streams, just because it's just such a clusterfuck. We haven't the rest of it. She left with her friend. Okay, but through all this, EJ invited me to spend time with her in her hometown. She said her and her roommates are willing to pay for the hotel. Okay, here's there's the thing confirming that Uh, okay. Mm. Let's see. Well, at least we're getting to the end. This wasn't a very long Google Doc, to be honest with you. This is only 8 pages. I think Nautilus was like 90 or something like that. 90 pages. Um, back to my home. I was horrified to see her accusing me of sexual misconduct since she was been sedated and could not give consent. Okay. That's totally fair to do what you need to bring my house. You have to let home, and there's no way I will push you to bring my home. Okay, hey, I know you're probably still super stressed from the trip and everything because I know I'm still recovering. I'm going to be along, but reading these, I do not wish to work on your VOD channels anymore, so please take this as myself and Jimmy resigning effective immediately. I request to be removed as your channel manager and from your YouTube, as well as a moderator from your Twitch. I won't be doing any work for you going forward. I'm simply not comfortable. This is the big one. What happened Thursday wasn't okay. I generally need to know that you understand your actions weren't okay because weren't okay. I'm talking to you about this because we used to be friends, so I'm giving you a chance to do what little you can to take accountability here. I was not in a good headspace, and you knew that. I was drugged up on sedatives for my panic attack, on strong sleeping meds, and mentioned multiple times that I wanted to be friends, but you told me I hadn't led. But you told me I hadn't just led you on, and I had to keep making advances. The whole time I pushed for sex, where you were thinking you weren't pushing or not. I was in a headspace where I could consent. I was not in a headspace where I could give consent. You should never have tried anything on me that day, but you did. It doesn't matter if we've been sexual via text. In person, you should be respecting me and my boundaries. I've spoken to my therapist, support groups, and I know it wasn't okay. Oh, fuck. Believe me, I blame myself for the whole thing, but I know that was just wrong. It was messed. It was messed up. I know that I can't be your friend right now. I can't leave you thinking I was okay because I didn't want you doing and hurting someone else. That's really. Uh, you need to own up to how messed up all Thursday was. Right now, I can't smile and pretend to be professional with you because you're majorly screwed up and hurt me. So I'm not going to pretend we're good because we aren't. I refuse to be fake. I'm just willing to talk it out with you, but understand this uh, is scary. Okay. He apologized. He took the blame. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's finish this Google Doc and I'll give him my thoughts here. I was shocked as I never knew she was sedated. And she told me that she needed pills to live. I thought she was exhausted as I'd been. I didn't think she was intoxicated, let alone incapable of giving consent. I think this was thinking that this woman, I went into thinking this woman loved me. She encouraged me to believe this. To pull back from me devastated me. I've been understanding, accepted when she wanted less intimacy and wanted to be friends instead, no matter how much it broke my heart. But now she was making these allegations, which I knew to be simply untrue. I cannot understand what was happening. We'll get into that. So this is I went with events in a few days. This has been a sad, difficult time with me. Conflicting messages and mixed signals. But I knew that I was asking for and receiving consent every stage of intimacy. She's clearly been wrestling with issues with anxiety, but she had explained, and I had believed, that these were related to her fear of being away from home. These have been not been present as issues being with me. She did okay. All right. Okay. I guess JP, don't get too emotional about this. Okay. All right. Here's my thoughts on this a little bit. Okay. One, and you can apply this to Cinder too. Long distance relationships. Well, let me rephrase that. Long distance romantic relationships aren't real because it's safe. There's no real challenge there. If you don't want to talk to someone, all you gotta do is delete a fucking email. You can not read a Discord message. An actual relationship is you see this person practically on a daily basis. And it's hard to ignore that person when they're right there. They know where you live. And they're usually within, like, at the very most, 45 minutes away. And they can come to your house. And you can have a face-to-face discussion. A long-distance relationship, like I said, it's not real. It's not really a relationship. You're not fully emotionally invested in it. You're living a fantasy. All right? That's all it is. It's a fucking fantasy. You have this idea or this concept of what your relationship is, but it's not based on anything real. Giving the hug emoji, the little kissy emoji and all that, that's not fucking real. Because you're not actually hugging, kissing, holding hands, having sex. There's no real intimacy there. And these two act like there was. Well, at least he did. Up. I don't want a clipboard. I want fucking thank you. Allegation evidence. Allegations made by Bao. Oh, this is Adora Bundy's shit. If you want to read that, you can. But they meet up. They see each other face to face. The third time they're seeing each other in real life, and this is the first time they're going to spend any extended period of time together IRL. Other times it's been for like an hour or 2 hours or something, whatever, like that. And now there's no safety net. There's no, hey, I got to go to bed. Good night type situation leading up to this eventually hookup or hanging out. What I taken away from this, based on text messages alone, the reality hit her first. Oh, he's actually going to be here for an extended period of time. I'm not sure I want that. You know? That's why I get why sometimes women are so hard to well, because they don't come with an operational manual. That was a joke, by the way. It's not. It's people are hard to understand sometimes. You know, like this situation here is something. The fantasy ended. That's kind of what happened for both of them. He had this thought of, no, I'm in love with this woman deeply. Well, she lives in the fucking UK. All right. You know, she was never going to move. She was never going to leave her hometown. If she was honest with you, she would have told you that from the fucking beginning. You know, she would be willing to go to conventions, go to a wedding, but she's always going to go back home, and that's where she's going to spend the rest of her life. She's never going to leave there. That's where she wants to stay. Okay. She wasn't honest about that. And she got your hopes up, you know? Whether she meant to or not, you know, that's neither here or there. She should have been honest with you enough to say, hey, I'm never moving from here. If you want to be with me, you're going to have to live here, you know? Cool. You know, don't let Google Docs get you upset. I mean, no, this situation is not funny, really. It's one of those things. People living in a fantasy world where they put unrealistic expectations because they're in a long distance relationship, you know. And when they finally met up and they were going to spend an extended period of time together, you know, there were regrets. You know, the whole, I mean, there's plenty, you can go through these messages early on here, like the anticipation one, affection and knowledge, where they're literally talking about fucking each other. And it wasn't just him, it was both of them were talking about it. And they were having sexual conversations for an extended period of time, for years. So this was normal behavior for them. Okay. Now, when it comes to actual time to have sex, you know, I don't know if I should believe him not being aware that she was under medication, all that stuff. It's a very difficult thing to prove that he was aware of it, and that she was taking mind-altering drugs, and that she was not of clear mind to give consent. That is very difficult to prove in a court of law. I'm just going to, it's a known fact. I mean, it was like if you're drunk and you get consent, you're both drunk, and she says, yeah, let's fucking bang, and she wakes up the next morning and say, hey, you raped me. And you look over and go, who the fuck are you and where am I? You know, if there's people who literally got that drunk. Where both she says she got raped, and you're like, I don't know you, and I don't even know how I got here. And don't yell so loud because my fucking hangover is hell. All right. And then you realize, hey, you both weren't of clear mind, and shit happened. And usually it ends right there. But some women would go to police, say I was drunk, he raped me, and you have to go through the investigation. And usually, most of the time, after an investigation, yeah, they were both here at the bar. They were both fucking wasted. As soon as the bartender or some witness say, yeah, they drank a lot, they were both almost incapacitated. Then it's kind of like it wasn't rape. All right, because technically you raped him too, because he couldn't give you consent, because he wasn't in his right mind either. And apparently he was taking medication for anxiety also. So everybody, one thing I got out of this, everybody's medicated. You know, did I think, if based on what I read here, there are questions that need to be asked. Like, how much did he know about her medication? Was I mean, we got text message of him being reasonable, but how was he when she was around? Was he trying to keep pursuing a romantic relationship, or was she leading him on, or all that stuff? I mean, there's a lot of questions that need to be asked here. I'm not willing to give him like a pass that, oh, he's innocent. No, I'm not willing to do that because of the situation and only having one side of the story. You know, I do think they both have some serious issues they both need to work out on their own before they enter into a serious relationship that requires both parties to be present in real life. You know, it's one of those things. It's like, you can have friendships online. You can be friends with people online. Hell, I consider my mods friends. But it's, let's see. I found my feed. The missile knows where I am. Where it is. Happy. What are you guys doing? But this, I, I, I know a lot of people are like going in his feed here, and you know, it's here. I think this is the one I want. Uh, you know, I will say this. Uh, it's that people flock to this shit. Everybody has. Okay, let's see what this is. Vague posts about cutting ties with Taka and refused to elaborate, leaving the world speculating and spreading rumors. Claims that Taka told her everything. She cut ties immediately. Claims she didn't elaborate further to protect the victim. Later claims she only shared what the victim told her to share. If redacted, Rickles' involvement informed Adora Bunny about the allegations. Has not commented any further. If I was going ahead and respond to being out of being responsive being abusing to redact radioactive. Plus, they have a central screenshot between her and Red Claw showing basically nothing. That's true. On the bar, creepy talk giving contact lenses and may announce her graduation in attempt to avoid accountability. Has stated her own legal case against Taka, stated that she's never disclosed any detail with anybody in play. Either A, anyone publicly speaking on her behalf is lying to get confirmation from her, or B, Alicia, after speaking with Taka, began spreading rumors other individuals, such as Red Claw, both needed to be held accountable as such. Okay. Is breaking the law by disclosing information about the case. State that she cannot report the post to the police since it's late. Her legal team is not awake. States via text that he took advantage of crying and panicking girl, despite him saying she was just in a bad mood. No. Just out of curiosity, well, apparently they had sex in the UK, so this is going to be the rape charges is going to be under. If they had sex in London, if I remember correctly, it was in London. Let's see. Let me double check that. Okay. Okay, it was in London, so it would be under their jurisdiction or wherever how that works in the UK. Because it happened in London, so I guess it would be the London police. And they will be investigating. And no, and it's like people flock to this, and they all. I won't. I'm not gonna cook this. This right here is unnecessary. You know, she's a troubled girl that there has mental issues, which this is something that she said. Okay, and depending how severe those mental issues, she might legitimately think that she was raped. Okay. Just say, she has issues. And she might feel that she was actually raped. Okay, calling her a piece of garbage is like a world piece of garbage. That's not how you spell peace. In that context, that's not how you spell peace. You want Piece, peace, like a piece of pie. What you got here is world peace. Obviously, she's struggling with some serious issues that she needs to address and resolve. Okay. It's obvious that he is struggling with some real issues that he needs to address and resolve. Targeting algorithm grumps. It's all the kids think about these days. Yeah. I mean, it's like the drama. Anything you're talking about drama, especially if it involves sex, it's going to get a lot of fucking views. If you allude to something really spicy, people are going to tune in. To her credit, she didn't do that. In all actuality, this post is very bland. She talks about her mental health. She talks about going to the police, all that stuff. Okay. She didn't really go into that many details. But It's well, this is in the UK, and he's in British Columbia. It's kind of hard to force that one, but you can't name him. But everybody's going around naming him. Somebody spoke to people. If it's not this Miss EJ, if she didn't talk to people, someone in her circle told people about the allegations against Takahata, Takahata, which, you know, she should be pissed at that person, not Takahata, because they started it. I mean, all this should have been. All this should be. Yes, the UK, and it's kind of hard to force the UK law in Canada. I'm sorry, it's a hard thing to do. I mean, it's if the law is that way in UK, it may not be that way in British Columbia. I'm sorry, it's one of those things you can't. Is it would it be upsetting revealing a victim's name but prior to the conclusion of a trial? Yeah, but at the same token, someone did it already to other people. You know, somebody went around told them your story prior to all this shit coming out for whatever reason. Just watch the missile knows where to mean. It's funny. Jesus. But it's all these. It's hard to come to a conclusion on this because like I said, we only have one side of the story. Okay, and there's nothing to compare it to. We can't see if there's any inconsistencies here. You know, I'm not saying for her to release a Google Doc. What I'm saying is we just have one side of the story. We don't have the other side. This is not like the Cinder situation. We had Nanolist's document. We had Bao's document. We had Spite's document. We had Peach's document. We got the assholes document. We had Silverveil's document. That we all could there was stuff we can compare to and go, stuff aren't making sense, you know? Things didn't add up. I mean, it's kind of what it is. With Radioactive and Adora Bundy, we had Ratty's document first, which kind of made Ratty look bad until Adora released hers and exposed everything, which made Adora Bundy look bad. Really bad. You know, she even had voicemails where they're literally manipulating people. It's the only time I ever seen someone release the Google Doc on themselves, really, that kind of made things bad for themselves. But we had the other side of we had both sides of the story. Judgment can be made, and you could come to a conclusion. With here, you can't really, because no, she didn't release a Google Doc. To her credit, she went to the police, and there's a police investigation going on, supposedly. You know, and it could take a year or two, or it could come to the point where, hey, there's nothing here. We don't have any proof that a crime was committed. Sorry. It almost becomes the notorious, we regret that you feel this way type of situation. You know, it could end up like that. But until we get a conclusion to this legal investigation, I can't say that he didn't do anything wrong. He's got some compelling stuff here. You know, he got mostly what we got here is basically two people who have some serious issues that need to work they need to work out. And stay out. Here's my suggestion to y'all: don't get into long distance relationship online. Don't be sexting online, all that stuff, because they ain't fucking real. It isn't fucking real. You know, it's one of those things where when you start believing the fantasy too much, you're heading down a dangerous path. Okay, it's just a fucking fantasy. I think, you know, everybody so far that's been in drama and have long distance relationship, this is what happens. Those are actually like whether they're in the same town, they can see each other, or they're living together and all that stuff. When they break up, it's it bad? Yeah, but no one's accusing each other of sexual crimes. Most of the time, I know. And it's these people. I mean, and I don't mean to disparage Cinder. It to be to or these people either the it's you want to have the idea of being in a relationship without being in a relationship. You know? You want this all the perks. You want all the romance, the sex thing, the quote unquote sex, without actually dealing with the personal side of it, the ugly side of it. You got your fantasy where everything is sunshine and rainbows, but the reality is it's not. Every day is not sunshine and rainbows. And it doesn't work out the way you want to. Okay, let me put it into a different perspective for y'all, so you can kind of understand what I'm getting at. If Redacted and Cinder were living together, do you think those DMs by Redacted would be worded the way they were? I don't think so, because Cinder would be right there to see it. And you don't fucking say that. You're going to ruin my career. You know? That's the truth, because people behave differently when they're not around other people, especially their supposedly significant other. Okay, and when you're in a long distance relationship, there's no real significant other. I hate to tell you, it's the truth. You don't see that person. You don't get input instantaneously from that person. You gotta send a DM, and hopefully within the next 24 hours they're going to respond to it, where you need to make a decision within an hour, or you send that romantic message to them and maybe 4 hours later they respond. You know, it's not fucking real. These long distance relationships aren't real, man. They're not real. I mean, there is. You have a fucking safety net. Real IRL relationships do not have safety nets. And sometimes you crash and burn in real life. As bad as this situation, because no, this situation is pretty fucking bad. This is horrible. But the other, okay, what the notifications is bothering me. Okay. I don't see this fucking meme you're talking about, JP. All right, let's go home. Hopefully nothing's gonna get me in trouble here. I don't mean to laugh. When people talk about viewer count, I know I just keep pushing through. I mean, I played Golden Tee golf. I mean, JP was there for a little bit, but but by the end of the stream, I was there playing. No one was in chat. Okay, which is fine. I know people don't like kind of like research on YouTube. Okay, people don't. It's not fun watching me play Golden Tee golf unless you like to hear me curse all the time and get pissed off. Because that's kind of what happened during that stream. I got pissed off because how bad I was playing. Okay. I may have to send her a response or something. No, I do feel content creators, you know. It's a difficult thing to do because you're trying to express yourself, show your creativity, all that stuff. And if people don't, if you don't get some kind of positive response to it, you feel like you're failing. You do. It is what it is, you know. Because when you're putting yourself out there and no one is responding to it, because that's why, like, if I look at my numbers, I got 82 subscribers. I was like, holy fuck, I got 82 subscribers. You know, grumpy noises. Yeah, there was a lot of grumpy noises earlier today, but it's if you don't feel like you're getting really, all she did is say thank you for the happy birthdays. You know, she, I don't think anybody. No, come on. No, it does not make a big fucking production out of it. She's not streaming again. Okay, all she did is post a message on Discord. Maybe I'll talk about that tomorrow. How, no, not necessarily about Cinder, but more along the lines how drama channels have a tendency to overreact about stuff. You know, I gotta see. Pardon me. I gotta see. No, I don't want to listen to your voice because you just get on my nerves. Of course he did. Of course he did. I mean, seriously. Of course he did. All she did was say thanks for for the messages. How's that worth 9 minutes and 18 seconds? You know? No, I was. I wouldn't say being exposed. He told his side of the story. We don't have her side. And her side is going through court through she said she went to the cops. Uh, I bet he didn't even fucking read the thing. I bet she didn't. The people, you know, a lot of us here need to learn about human behavior. Okay? Or else, if we understand human behavior and how they're going to react to things, we're not going to have all these fucking videos, you know? If I'm on, I'll tell you what. Oh, we're gonna get it now. I'll tell you what. We're. I'm not playing any of his. I can't stand his videos. I can't. I can't deal with it. It's, you know. I like her. It has a lot to do with voice. You know what I'm saying? This film is making is a nothing burger plus him basically crashing. You talking about MoreKazaha or me, Dragon Chan? You know, it's. I don't think I crashed out. I just don't. It's. MoreKazaha crashes out on every fucking video. And the sad thing is, the video is 9 minutes and 18 seconds. The actual subject was probably covered in 3 minutes. That means 6 minutes of 18 seconds is nonsensical. It's nothing. It's him just prattling on about nothing, just so he can make the 10-minute mark. No. Kaza? Okay. And I didn't like it when people were doing that before. When like, hey, I gotta make the video 10 minutes long so I can hit the algorithm. The meme missile knows where it is. Okay. I'll take a look at it. Missile knows where it. Okay. All right, let's see.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
This is about as bad as a fucking Google Doc. Just. Oh, by the way, good movie. Just so you know, any movie that has John Wayne in it is a good movie. You could start a VTuber news without the bullshit video series, like One Channel does in real life. I kind of did. This is what this is. This goes on a playlist. All these videos that are titled the way this one is goes on a playlist. Let's talk about it. That's all this is. That's me basically doing VTuber news without bullshit. It's like, this is how news should be covered. This is something that's popped up. As apparently a lot of people are talking about. Well, let's look at it and dig into it because I don't know shit about it. And you're going to learn. We're going to go through it together as I first reading Google Docs, first watching videos. And I purposely do it this way so you kind of like go, that this is the first time I'm looking at it. And you get my raw opinion of it. It's as much as I hate reading Google Docs. And people. No more Google Docs, please. Just do fucking videos. It's a lot easier to get through it. But no, call an ambulance. We're about to see Grumps have an aneurysm. No, I looked at that whole thing. It's like a who's on first thing with going on military. Who an Abbott and Costello routine there. Who's on first? What's on second? What? All right. Explains the pods basically. I feel better. I'm glad you feel better, JP. It's okay. As applied to missile navigation systems. Okay. There are multiple songs about this. Enough horses. I'm starting military art. SU-57, really, Clacker? Let's see real fast. Let's see what he's got here. "21 minutes? I'm not gonna play 21 minute video, dude. I mean, I'll play a little bit of it just to see what you're talking about, but that's about it. If it ever fucking loads.
Have I made this video before? No. Have I roasted this plane before? Yes. So why am I making another video about it? Because I felt there was room.
All right, come on. SU-57 felon, worse than we thought. Corrupted intel files. You're literally going to have videos about missiles, tanks, and all that stuff now. You're going to be... That's not even within the subject matter we're talking about. This guy is a VTuber. So the guy's a VTuber, so it still counts? Really? Really? We're going to try to get our... We're trying hard now. We're trying hard. Come on, man. Oh, no, I got to pause right there a moment. I was like, it's not my internet. It's just my computer.
was room for improvement, so I decided to create the most exhaustive guide to flipping off every Russian fanboy bot on the internet. Today we're gonna reheat the rotisserie chicken that is roasting the Su-57, NATO call sign Felon. This is supposed to be Russia's first quote-unquote stealth fighter, but I say supposed to because, as one of my viewers put it, this thing is about as sneaky as two skeletons banging in a trash can, and that can's not lined because it was meant to be affordable. All I'm saying is we may be past spooky season by now, but it's never a bad time to scare some Russians, so let's start from the beginning of stealth. In 1962, a Soviet scientist named Petr Ufimtsev published a scholarly work called Method of Edge Waves in the Physical Theory of Diffraction, which outlined all the math required to calculate something called wave diffraction. I know I probably scared some of you with the word math, so bear with me.
No. Sorry, no. I may watch it while I'm not streaming. Let me put it that way. Insert War Thunder videos and memes. But no, Jesus Christ. How many views did this get? Okay. I mean, he's doing real well with it. I gotta admit that, but it's not. It's at least the horse video had something in common with the stuff I covered. A lot of VTubers are playing the horse game, you know. I mean, even War Thunder, there's people. Keep going. Why? Why? So I could bang my head against the desk? I tell you what, if I play, I'll play 10 minutes of this, but the next time I play Golden Tee Golf Clankers, you better be there for the whole thing. You know? If I play 10 minutes of this video, please, Grubs, let us have this one as a bedtime. What? YouTube is not working in Brazil? Please, Jesus Christ. 10 minutes. That's it. That's all I'm going to play of it. When it hits the 10-minute mark, I'm turning it off. Because I'm going to play it for you all, and I'm going to go take care of something, then I'm going to come back. I won't be listening to it. I'm just letting you know that. My headphones are going to be on my desk while I go take care of old man stuff. Just say. I tell you what, I'll go take care of my business. I'll come back. I will play some music for you all. Actually, I found this song today that I really enjoyed, and I think I put it in here. That I want you all to listen to and you guys give me your thoughts on it. And because I kind of was thinking about making this like my opening music, but go ahead and listen to this. And let me know what you think of it. I'll be back. Don't worry.
The shadows crawl under my skin. A battle I swore I'd never win. But here I stand, fists clenched tight, chasing the dawn through the endless night. Every scar is a mark I earn, every fall is a lesson learned. I won't break, I won't fall. Hear my roar, hear my call. darkness, but I see clear. A warrior's heart beats loud in here. The voices scream, but I won't bow. The time is now. It's here. It's now. Every fear is a ghost I'll chase. Every step leaves a stronger trace. I won't break. I won't fall. Hear my roar. Hear my call. Through the fire. Through the flames. I'll rise again. I'll stake my claim.
Supposed to be commenting on the song.
I won't break. I won't fall. Hear my roar. Hear my call. Through the fire. Through the flames. I'll rise again. I'll stake my claim. I won't break.
Yeah, really. You're supposed to be reacting to the music.
Hear my roar, hear my call. Through the fire, through the flames, I'll rise again. I'll stake my claim.
Oh, what do you guys think of that? I mean, I was kind of thinking using that like as my stream opening music, you know. I kind of like it, you know. And I don't think it's copyrighted, to be honest with you. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, it's what was this? Recently put out. I mean, but like I said, I kind of like it. I think it'd be kind of cool to have it as my when I start a stream. When no, like I like playing music before I start my streams, and have that like as the one song that lets you know after it ends, I'm gonna join. Yeah, really. Oh yeah, I did watch it before and just never paid attention to the name. I mean, it's all right. Yeah. Well, the main thing is I don't think I can get copyright strike for it. You know, that's kind of the reason why I've been looking at music because I mean I can play all these. Well, I can't play all these. That's the thing. Every time I play that one, I get something to say, "Hey, you're not going to be monetized." Like it's not a big fucking deal right at the moment. Last cup of coffee's okay. All these other ones, no, they're okay, but it's getting repetitive. You know. What's that supposed to mean, JP? I figure you will like it more than anything else because you kind of relate it to cinders in a fashion if you wished it to be. You think about it. All right, let's get back to your little missile video.
Me. We all know how waves of things like water and sound will reflect off of solid things like walls, right? Well, they also do something else called diffraction, and that's harder to predict predict. The simple definition of diffraction is that when a wave hits something, part of it will travel along the edges of it and radiate from another point on that edge. For example, this is how you can get waves inside of a harbor even when there's a breakwater completely blocking them. And the funny thing is, radar travels as a wave. So the Soviet Union has just accidentally discovered the means of calculating the radar cross-section of their planes and therefore designing them to be as small as possible. They literally discovered stealth in the 1960s right as they're making surface-to-air missiles an actual nightmare, and now they have the power to...
I don't think it was AI generated. I think if you look down here, it's... popular stuff. Even it is, it's still a good song, but I think it is actually, lyrics are written, I think they use altered or synthetic content. Okay, yeah, it's like it is AI. You may be right. Sounds or visual or significantly edited or digitally generated. Learn more. What does that mean? See, I was playing the video. Now you got me sidetracked. How's content? They use AI tools. It was made with AI. Okay. You're right. It was made with AI. Still. Look, at the topic we were talking. I can't... Hey, you brought up AI, dude, so I went and looked. Green's not updating? What's going on? Is it buffering? Let's see. On settings. All right. Stream. Yeah. Appearance. Stream. Output. There we are. Oh, nope, that's too much. Apply. Come on. Yeah, apply. Thank you. All right. All right. Let's see if that fixes it. Are we good now? We good? We good? It's working again now? All right. All right, we'll go back to watching your little video here.
To shoot down their own planes and make theirs undetectable. So what do if you're the Soviet Union in the 1960s? You take one look at that paper and go,
whoa, this is worthless. Because
you gotta understand here, a lot of major Soviet aerial developments were designed to counter American achievements. For example, famous fighters like the MiGs 15, 21, and 25 were made as interceptors to counter specific versions of the American bomber fleet. Surface-to-air missiles were just a cheaper extension of that, and they were giving the US something to think about. They say you always run faster when you have somebody to catch up
We're buffering.
Catch up to, and if you've been watching me long enough, you know good and well who that somebody is. So since the Soviets were pretty content with the results of their SAM sites and America hadn't figured out how to load the dice in airborne D&D yet, stealth went pretty much untouched for the time being.
I've made a terrible mistake.
At least until 1971, when the U.S. Department of Defense got a hold of a copy and converted it from commie speak to freedom speak. They then took one look at their Lord and Savior Lockheed Martin and promptly informed them that spell slots and stealth rolls were old school. I want my airplanes to show up on that radar screen like a vampire's reflection. So after tinkering with the Hopeless Diamond and creating the world's most expensive strip club ornament to mount it to, they secretly introduced the world's first stealth plane in October of 1983, the F-117 Nighthawk. And I do not think for a moment that it is a coincidence that a plane that flies around like a ghost and makes things go boom in the night was introduced in the 1 month where people bring nightmares to life. This is either the most expensive joke in engineering history or the most ridiculous way to set a tone, but either way, the Russians got spooked. Between this and the US spooling up a replacement for the F-15 that already gave their pants a code brown, they would quickly realize that they weren't running fast enough. So they put down the vodka and went full metal panic, and then added stealth to the list of doables for the Su-47 Golden Eagle technology demonstrator, which had started development in 1983. And the 47 might have actually been a good plane for the Soviet Union, if it lived long enough to finish making it.
Oh yes, go ahead. Tell us how you died. I'll fact check.
After the USSR finished imploding in 1992, they didn't have a whole lot of money left over, mostly because they just had to rebuild a whole government after trying to trade out some of the communism for actually feeding people. So the entire program kind of fell apart, and they had only produced one Su-47, which only got to fly in 1997. And the MiG 1.44, which wasn't even done yet, kind of just became an afterthought. But unfortunately for the now Russian Federation, by the end of that year, the US had the B-2 Spirit in service, and the newborn King of the Sky had just made its first flight. So now there are more ghosts in the machine, and as you might have guessed, the Russian panic intensified. So in 1998, the Russian Air Forces sat down, had some more vodka, and figured out what they were going to do about it. And I can only assume it was at this moment that Russia decided it had heard enough of the spooky, scary skeleton music playing on loop, and it was time to put their own record on the phonograph, because they needed their own cost-effective 5th-gen fighter, and they needed it last decade. Fast forward to April 2002, Sukhoi beats out MiG for the contract and begins shaping up their T-50 proposal for the Prospective Aviation Complex for Frontal Aviation, or PAC-FA in Russian. The plan was to have the draft design done by the end of that year, the first flight in 2006, and full production starting in 2010. However, some things changed seemingly for the better in early 2007, when Russia and India began chatting over the option of making a 5th-gen fighter together, and more so in 2010 when Russia sealed a defense deal to let Sukhoi make a version of the T-50 for India in cooperation with India's Hindustan Aeronautics Limited Company, or HAL. Plans were proceeding just fine, right up until they weren't.
Of course not!
Because much like the Soviet Union, that all fell apart, and after enough cost overrun.
No, he missed out on a joke there with Hal. He could have done a 2001 joke with Hal. Just saying, he missed opportunity there.
Funds and development delays to make the F-35 give it the side eye, India withdrew from the project in 2018. Combined with the order size and investment reductions from Russia, and the manufacturing development might as well have gotten shot in the foot with a landmine. Now the project was behind schedule and over budget, which are about the two worst things any engineer can hear about their project. They had to get something done. So in 2018, they took all the prototypes they had available and strapped them up with guns, avionics, and whatever else they needed to be combat capable, fully commissioned them, and sent them to Syria. The final order of 76 of the originally 200 felons actually began being produced in 2019. And as of late 2024, there's about 22 of these things in total, or 21 if you don't count the one that decided to have a mating dance with a tarmac, and 20 if you subtract the one that received a lifetime subscription to its parking space thanks to a drone that went all like,
"There's no need to wonder where your God is, because he's right here, and he's fresh out of mercy."
And you know what? We'll hand it to the Russians because they know how to make something look like a pain in the neck on paper pretty nicely. The resulting Su-57 aircraft appears to be a decent stealth fighter, and I only say stealth because some of the Russian bots in the comments of my last video make it sound like the reduced visibility part in the English translation of the T-50's patent document is a mistranslation from the Russian verbiage for stealth. It won't matter, but we're getting there. The 57 comes with the standard requirements of radar absorbent material, or RAM, and a planform alignment design where all the surfaces and edges are aligned at the same set of angles to reflect and diffract radar waves away from the aircraft. You also can't have weapons on the outside of the plane if you don't want to have the radar return of a steel mill, so Sukhoi gave the 57 internal weapons bays with 8 hardpoints and added the option for more external hardpoints in the event that stealth wasn't a requirement. However, the engines are about as well covered up as a chain link fence around a nudist beach because it doesn't have the buried engine configuration where it uses S-shaped ducting to let the engine fan blades play hide and seek with radar behind the cockpit. To address that, the Russians set up the engine with radar blockers, which kind of look like a set of stovetop grills strapped up in front of the engines, which supposedly turns some of the would-be radar returns into heat. This helps put some clothes on the front of the twin AL-41F1 engines with 3D thrust vectoring nozzles, which reportedly provide a thrust-to-weight ratio of 1.16 to 1, giving it a reported
Why do I get a feeling this guy pushed up his glasses a lot making this video? Just saying. Oh. All right.
top speed of Mach 2 and a top supercruising speed of Mach 1.3. So it seems stealthy and it seems fast, but this thing was also intended to be the flying equivalent of a flashbang grenade, because it also comes equipped with a pair of 101 KS-0 directional infrared countermeasure systems. These use mini laser turrets to pretty much moon the thermal vision cameras that a modern missile seeker head uses to ignore flares by homing in on a thermal map of the target rather than just the brightest heat source. But that's enough talk about defense. Stealth this, run from that, scaredy cat the other thing. Let's talk about how stuff gets blown up. Since Santa Claus probably hasn't made a delivery to the Russian military in decades, it was up to Sukhoi to give the 57 pilots their suite of toys. A helmet-mounted display lets a pilot lock a target off bore sight, which in everyday human speak means you can fire missiles at anything you can see wherever you see it instead of the usual whatever's closest to being right off your nose. And if they're not close enough to huff the enemy's fumes, then they can use either the IRST system or Russia's first AESA radar. The 101 KS-V infrared search and track module on the front lets the felon reach out and touch somebody in front of them using just their heat signature.
Let me guess that all these toys cause problems in the electrical system where if something activates, something else deactivates and cause the plane not to be in stealth mode anymore. I'm just guessing here.
And hide its radar reflection while not in use. Meanwhile, the N036 Squirrel first-generation active electronically steered array, or more commonly scanned array radar, can track multiple targets at once and perform electronic warfare functions while...
You know, just let it be known, if you've gotten this far in the video, 1, thank you. 2, leave a comment, like, and subscribe, and ring the notification bell. And 3, if you don't want Clankers or JP to kind of run things, join the chat and, you know, put your own stuff up, man. I'm willing to, like, hey, okay, I'll take a look at it. I don't have a problem. I mean, here I am looking at this.
Limiting its detectability. It took me a while into my aviation nerddom to figure out how that mattered, so let me explain. AESA radars are a requirement for stealth aircraft because the objective of stealth is to minimize radar returns, and the energy output by another plane's radar counts as a return from the receiving end. An AESA radar works by emitting radar beams from data chip-looking antennas at multiple different frequencies.
I see why this is a bedtime story, because it's kind of putting me to sleep.
These radars will make you taste the rainbow, and that actually makes them sneaky by dispersing their energy output across multiple frequencies, making it harder for a receiving radar to separate them from background noise. Also, you can do like 30 things at once, so an AESA radar can search for new targets while tracking and locking others. Then you got twin NO36B side-looking AESAs, which means a felon can give you the old side swipe with both the heat seekers and the radar lockers. The radars can even drop-kick enemy radar stations through electronic warfare actions in concert with the antennas in the wings. It's also speculated that the Su-57 has data fusion, allowing it to combine data feeds to send missiles using both radar and IR guidance data, and it's been tested with loyal wingman drones. I'm glad to see an American can finally recognize the strength of the Su-57. Easy there, princess. I didn't make this video to help your daddy Vladimir get a new yacht this year. The felon can most likely do some damage in the majority of encounters, but that's only because 87% of all fighters on the planet are only 4th generation, like the Eagle and the Flanker. Against a proper stealth fighter, this thing's gonna get smoked.
Are you gonna do this right now? In front of everybody?
Let's just start with numbers. There are 20 Su-57s in service against 150 combat-capable F-22s and over 1,000 F-35s. The U.S. has about 3,400 fighter and attack aircraft in total, so stealth only makes up about a third of the actual U.S. fleet, but that's still compared to the planned volume of Su-57s being only 76 units. Russia's talking a lot of smack for a plane that won't even amount to half of America's sneaky grandpappies. In fact, because of how many stealth fighters the U.S. actually has in an actual combat encounter with U.S. forces, an Su-57 will probably run into an F-22 or F-35 first. I'm going to kick off the comparison here by analyzing each range of fighting and marching down from long range to dogfighting, and the irony does not escape me for a moment that a War Thunder player is going to start this conversation with a document leak. According to the patent that got leaked on Reddit 2 years ago, the Su-57 has a reported radar cross-section somewhere between 0.5 and 1 square meter. The F-22 sits at about 0.0001 square meters, or 1/10,000th of a square meter, while the F-35 is about 15 10,000ths of a square meter. Like, that's the difference between looking at a person and looking at a bumblebee on a radar scope. What the hell? And since the converted T-50 prototypes have all their rivets exposed, theirs is going to be even larger. But let's translate that to actual weapons locking range. The F-35 can most likely be swung at by the S-400 missile system at about 24 nautical miles. Meanwhile, some unconfirmed sources suggest that the F-22's radar can detect targets of the Felon's radar cross-section of 1 square meter at ranges of about 108 nautical miles. But that is detection range of S-400, not Su-57. Yeah, but you're not going to do jack anyways. The Su-57 has only 1,500 antennas in its forward-looking radar. The F-35 has over 1,600 antennas, and the F-22 has almost 2,000. That means more stealthy radar emissions, more targets tracked, more radar range, and more tracking quality for both American planes. And to top it off, because the Russians are always more concerned about how much money Vladdy can set aside for his yacht, the Squirrel was made with slotted antennas to make it easier to build and fix at the cost of ability and jamming resistance. Because, you know, if you can jam the radar on a SAM set, you can jam the radar on a plane or even a missile. So it's even less capable than the number of antennas would suggest. But what about this side? But what about nothing? The side radars have only 404 antennas each, which quarters all of the abilities I just mentioned, and the F-22 can use the AN/ALR-94 electronic warfare modules to track and jam side targets without stuffing its cheeks like a damn chipmunk. The IRST system only tracks on-board
M&M's here. Don't talk about
targets at up to
chipmunks.
30 nautical miles maximum. The heat-seeking R-77T that it would combo with has a max range of twice that, which still doesn't outrange the AMRAAM with its max of 97 nautical miles and an inertial guidance system so it can get into your postal code before it even has to start tracking you. And the Russian media even admits that the data fusion and avionics integration hasn't been fully completed yet, which is ironically the story of how the Su-57 got its first air-to-air kill. It shot down its own drone because the avionics went wonky on it. That means they can't even slave those missiles to radar tracking and fire them further. Even if the Felon somehow got close enough to fire a shot with IR tracking alone, the IRST's max range would put them well inside third-party estimates for the AMRAAM's no-escape zone. There is no version of a missile fight between the Su-57 and American stealth fighters where the Felon doesn't get turned into a Dark Souls respawn point.
He's already dead.
And speaking of missiles, a lot of people swung back in the comments on my last video that the Su-57 could carry 8 missiles total and not 6 as I'd shown in my pretty little picture. After digging into that, I found out that I'm actually half right, because the Su-57 can only carry 8 missiles internally if the central bays carry versions of the medium-range R-77 or similarly sized weapons. If they're using a larger munition like the long-range R-37 Axe-Head missiles, a pilot's stuck with only 4 of them, which limits the weapons the pilot can really use in practice,
We're not supposed to be talking about video game forums.
Like that one time in 2022 when a Russian fighter jet shot not 1, but 2 missiles at a British anti-submarine warfare aircraft, one of which malfunctioned and the other one missed.
And then I fired again, and then I missed, and then I fired, and then I fired, and I missed. I missed both times.
The only place the Su-57 might have a chance is in a dogfight if it could even get that close. The helmet-mounted smart sunglasses and the spicy googly eyes would allow it to slide into whatever position it wants, but using thrust vectoring increases the loss of energy in a turn because the plane has to use its wings to stop it from sliding, and turning harder makes it work less like a wing and more like a set of brakes. Granted, the stabilators and all moving rudders can be used separately from the thrust vectoring to minimize these losses, but it's still going to be hard to pick that speed back up if you don't have a good thrust-to-weight ratio. And the Felon's reputation in that department is yet again questionable, because while the plane's thrust-to-weight ratio is 1.16 on paper, that's probably not what it looks like in combat. The Felon's engines each pump out a maximum of nearly 32,000 pounds of thrust each, but that's what's called wet thrust, which uses the afterburner. And since using your afterburners in a missile-age dogfight is like getting a kick-me sign strapped to your back, pilots are generally going to stick to dry thrust for maneuvers. And the Felon's engines have a dry thrust of only 20,000 pounds. Meanwhile, the Raptor's looking over at this thing with a thrust-to-weight ratio of 1.25 to 1, using 22,000 pounds dry and 35,000 pounds wet. Like, do you even thrust, bro? Thing is, these numbers were all found in testing conditions. Thrust is always bigger in the lab, and actually using the engines is gonna see some loss of pressure, especially with obstructions like those radar-absorbing stovetops the Soviets put in front of their engines. So I'm gonna settle this by once again whipping out the dreaded M word, math. To compare the two planes in a dogfight, we're going to want to use the maximum dry thrust-to-weight ratio. After back-calculating the aircraft weights used for the ratios and applying the dry thrust, the Raptor comes out on top, where it should be, with a dogfighting thrust-to-weight ratio of 0.79 to 1. The Su-50...
And we're back. OBS wanted to be a bitch, but no, just so you know,
I think I've covered all my bases, so I'm going to go sit down and let my autonomic nervous system have the wheel back on my breathing. So in summation, even if the Su-57 is somehow only slightly outclassed today, by the next time war rolls around, sending the Felon in will just be an execution. Thank you for watching. If you like what you saw, please consider checking out some of my other videos. You might like what you find. Until next time, dismissed.
Unless I'm having trouble sleeping, I will watch one of your videos. Yes. No, it's what it is. Hi, Logan. If you were interested in the main topic tonight, the conclusion was that we can't make a conclusion because the police are involved and we don't know the other side of the story. You only know one side, so we can't really do anything about it. So that's that. And someone insisted I watched that video, and they were talking about missiles and other stuff in my chat. I'm like going, okay, I'll humor you. But as you can see how well that worked out, it kind of made OBS go bonky. And on my birthday, Cinder was yesterday. She responded again yesterday and went back into hibernating in a chronic tomb. What? Who's Kevin? What? What is he commenting on? Hold on. He commented on a post. What's he talking about? He's talking. Oh, okay. Senators was just say she responded again yesterday and then went back into hibernating in her chronic. Okay. I don't know how to respond to that, to be honest with you. I mean, apparently she is still doing her thing, you know. This Alicia X Death. Yeah, she's not responding to it. Okay. Yeah, that's it is what it is. Let's see. Did she put a community post up? 7 months ago, 6 months ago, 6 months ago, 5 months ago, 5 months ago, 5 months ago, 3 months ago, 5 days ago. Okay. You know, it is what it is. It's too messy for anyone to make a clear conclusion. I myself had no idea what the fuck I would think about that. It's like I said, we only have one side of the story, okay, and basically what I came to a conclusion was you had two people living in a fantasy world because they have a long distance relationship. They love the fantasy, but when they have to deal with reality, actually seeing each other and have to spend an extended period of time together, and this is the third time they're actually meeting each other. I mean, one time was at a convention. Well, we're talking maybe 3 to 4 hours. Another time at a wedding, that was another 3 to 4 hours, maybe. And now they're going to spend a week together, and over this 9 years, they were talking on and off, sexting to each other, what they're calling it an intimate relationship. You know, it's just one of those things where I kind of like say long distance relationships very rarely work out. You know, because the fantasy is a lot better than the reality. And you had two people that have some serious issues they need to address before they get into a relationship. You know, and they love the idea of being in love, but when your reality hits that you have to actually physically be present for it, well, you find out you're not really that much in love. And then accusations are being made, and it's one of those situations where you actually have sex and somebody regrets it, and now it's all of a sudden become rape. It's unless there's more to the story, I really feel that the police are going to come to the conclusion that really no crime has happened unless there's something out there that can attest to the fact that he was very aware that the medicine that she was taking affects her cognitive ability to consent, which his Joy, I'm gonna have that in my feed now, which is something that's going to be difficult to prove, really, because unless he knows the name of the pills, the effects of those pills, it's going to be hard to prove. So it's people who love the fantasy and didn't really want to deal with the reality. No. No, these are fun to watch, by the way, but they're not really related to the subject I'm talking about. But yeah, I thought I was going to spend a little bit more time on that Google Doc. I thought it was going to be like 20 to 90 pages, but it didn't turn out to be. It was only 8 pages long. Granted, there was a lot of things that were linked to it, but it's they were both living in a fantasy. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they like the romance fantasy, not the reality. People love the idea of romance. They have this perfect romance fantasy in their head where everything, like I said, is sunshine and rainbows. And you don't have to deal with the other side of it, which is the human being who has some ugly aspects. I mean, if you're going to be in love with somebody, you love all of them, the good, the bad, and the ugly. You have to accept those two other things in order to be in a relationship with them, because you never know. Maybe they like grabbing their feet and chewing on their toenails all the time, but if you accept that part of them, that's what makes a relationship, is that you have to accept the part that annoys the fuck out of you. It's like I said, people keep secrets. I mean, a lot of it is just to keep the peace type things. It's like her favorite color is blue and you hate the fucking sight of blue, but you're going to keep your mouth shut. Not just because it keeps the peace, it's also the fact that you love her and she loves the color blue and she wants to use different shades of blue in her. She wants her car blue. She wants to paint the house blue and all this other stuff. And you're just like, okay, dear, go for it. And a lot of people think it's just because the guy doesn't want to have an argument. No, it's just like, it's not that big of a fucking deal, So, and he loved the idea that someone was devoted to him. And she was working on his channel, doing all this stuff for the channel, and she come off devoted to him. And she was apparently very sexual in her text messages to him when they were doing the little sexual role play shit. And when reality hit that she wasn't really like that in person, well, that's when she sent a text message to break up. He's kind of like, okay, you're not who I thought I was. You're not the person who I was thinking that you were. That's what the fantasy is all about. You can be that perfect person for the other person, but in reality, you're not really that way. You're not the sexy woman of my dreams. You're just overly complicated, way too many issues for me to handle, and all that stuff. So if you want to break up, cool. I'm fine with it. My future wife ain't gonna hear about my views unless she asks. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's probably a safe thing. As long as you don't have a lot of figures in your house. Going, why you got all these anime girls in your house? Oh, nothing. It's just in a collection I inherited. I figured I'd just put it on display. Why does all these Amazon boxes keep coming to your house? I'm just saying. It's one of those things you gotta accept. Everybody's willing to accept the good things, but the important things is you need to also accept the bad things. That's part of who that person is. If you can't really accept those bad things, or unless they're something that you just can't deal with, well, that means the relationship wasn't meant to last. So, I can't afford any merch, don't worry. Well, I wasn't planning on visiting anytime soon. I'm just scrolling through here, see if anything catches my eye. In fact, let's go to Twitter real fast. I want to see if anything's popping off on Twitter. I don't want to be out of touch because God knows I can make a 9-minute and 18-second video over nothing. Just yeah, Discord really needs to step up their fucking game on that. It happened first time ever. I forgot to end the stream. I'll launch a game and went on to stream without knowing it. This shit is so cooked. What happened from watching this back? I yapped to myself a lot. The last 10 minutes of my VOD, I was unaware I was live. Someone even rated. Man, I thank God all I did was mumble about playing a game I hadn't in a while, and I didn't dox myself. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah. Okay. I might bring up the horses. If she didn't shed a tear about horror, she might be psycho. I don't know. I think she. I don't think she streamed it for a while, in months. Jesus Christ. People in their fucking baseballs. Sound the stupid shit. But you did it. You're going to TwitchCon San Diego 2025. I'm not, because I'm not on Twitch, because it doesn't do my computer good. Because if I'm going to stream a Twitch, I want to stream on YouTube too, because that's where most of my audience. All right. No. Let's do the following. Maybe that'll be. See, everybody's talking about Borderlands 4. I've been waiting to be strong enough to be weak in front of significant other, fantasy or reality, because I have a slight fear of women, thanks to my mother and sister. Also, and I want to be strong to admit this to a girlfriend one day. But I never had a girlfriend who would like to know. Did you have girls that are friends? If it ain't too much of a question. Well, no. Here's the thing. Okay, there's just this whole theory that men and women can't be just friends. There's this whole myth that men and women just can't be. I've been friends with women. A lot of women. All right. To the point where they get flirty with me and everything, and I just if it gets to a point where I get tired of it, I call them on it and said, "Oh, okay, I'm free at 7:00. I'll be waiting for you." And then all the excuses come out, and I was like, "Okay, then you can stop now," because I'm tired of dealing with it. I just want to be friends. Don't make it into something else, because I'm not interested in it. But you can, the good place to start with anything is this first, in any kind of relationship, is just be a friend. So you start as friends. You don't automatically jump to romance. Best romances are ones that they start as friends. Somebody you want to hang out with, somebody you wouldn't mind, like, hey, let's go to a movie. What movie you want to see? I don't know. That kind of stuff, Yep. Apparently she did, JP. And that's the best way to do it. Even with my ex-wife, we started as friends, and we built from there. Okay, that's one of those. But no, you have to be friends first. All right, because everybody sees the opposite sex or someone they're interested in, and they automatically want to be in a romantic relationship, typically, a lot of people skip over being the friend part. I have these two old guys I watch. Does that sort of when you show up? Where were you earlier today when I was playing Golden Tee golf, buddy? You weren't there. Granted, I probably wouldn't know because I was cursing so much, but hey. But, you know, it's like, with me, I just want to be friends with women. I'm not interested in going into having any kind of relationship with a woman right at the moment. And it's been that way for a long time. I wasn't joking. Like, yeah, let's not do that. It's because I wasn't joking when I said I look like a priest. It's been that way for the last 20 years. I mean, every once in a while. I was there, I just didn't comment. Oh, sure. Because when I look up, there was only one person at the stream, and that was me. And you go with that excuse, Clanker. I believe you were there. I'm just messing with you a little bit. A lot of, and it's not because, you know, I hate women or anything like that. It's just, I just like peace and quiet. That's the reason why I'm not in a relationship, really. I don't want to deal with somebody right at the moment. Or I haven't felt like that for a while. I just don't want to deal with people, with a person in my life in that way. I don't mind being friends. I'm fine with it. You know, but don't ask me more. Jesus, what fucking Power Pups, give me a break on my feed, will you? Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn it. Okay. Boy, fucking hey. We're going back to YouTube where it's safe. Shit. I think I've been friends with a few women, and though they have been interested in me at the time, I did not. But those friends are gone now, and I want to find out where to. You know, you can just talk to women at work, or if you go to church, or sometimes just strike up a conversation at a grocery store. You know, you meet women all the time, and all you gotta do sometimes is just you can start a conversation just by going hello, and all of a sudden they want to talk to you because you said hi. There is, bro, my Power Pup. What are you talking? Are you talking? No, I'm talking about the Power Pups on my freaking feed that's showing boobs and ass and where I can get banned from YouTube, you know? It's like I just gotta be real careful what's being presenting on my stream where I don't get bonked by YouTube. It's like, oh dear God, I can't have that. I just gotta be careful, man. But no, it's all it's sort of like doing content creation. Yeah, I'm putting myself out there. I'm sort of, lack of a better way to put it, exposing myself to the world. You kind of have to do that when you're out in the real world. You gotta kind of like take a little bit of a risk. I mean, a little bit of risk is just saying hi. Hello, how you doing today? You doing good? Oh, that's nice. You enjoying your shopping? You know, you just try to have a conversation with somebody. That's all. Talk to the old ladies, and they will introduce you to the young relatives. That's true. That's true. You know? I mean, you can, if you have like an older, a grandma type person living next to you, You can sit there and talk to them. They'll introduce you to, I don't know, their granddaughter or something like that. You know, who's about your age, not like the 6-year-old granddaughter. Hey, you want to date my 6-year-old? Don't fucking clip that, by the way. But it's like, no, you just, you got to put it at risk, you know. And believe it or not, the more you do it, the easier it becomes, you know. The first time's always going to be the scariest. It's going to be the one that's going to scare you the most. And even though you're just doing something high, you're about to piss your pants by doing it. Second time it gets a little easier, and so on and so forth. The first time I streamed, was I nervous as hell? Yeah. Man, there was nobody in the audience, but yeah. Was that first time I put up content on my channel, the first video? I'm like, yeah, I was nerve-wracking, and it's like, you just gotta take a risk, because if you don't take a risk, you don't know if you're capable of it. Right? I mean, I keep saying this, even though I got 82 subscribers, I didn't really think I would have 82 subscribers at this point. I'm literally under 20 subscribers away from 100. I didn't think, I thought I would probably have 100 subscribers by next year. At this rate, hopefully by November, I will have 100 subscribers. I didn't think I would have that many. You know, just saying. You don't know until you try, and that's what anything in life. It's like, if you want to be a fucking wrestler, you can either talk about it or you can do it. You know. And I'm gonna play some music because I'm getting tired of scrolling here. Let me turn it down a little bit. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. But, you know, question, Grumps, does YouTube attract crazy women, or all women kind of crazy? Being a VTuber, let them show it off. I'm going to tell you a secret. It's probably a secret that no one ever says aloud. We're all kind of fucking nuts. And depending on the degree of how little bit crazy you are, it's a good thing. Because that's where the creative ideas happen. That's where inspiration happens, from the crazy side of you. You know? It's the thing with VTubers, and a lot of creative people have issues. To take it out of the VTuber sphere, Robin Williams had lifelong depression. You know, that... I know, Clankers, I know. Robin Williams had lifelong depression. And he was very creative. He was an improv. He could do improv like a madman. But there was this very dark side of him that he combated all his life. He fought it all his life. And when his doctor prescribed him the wrong medication, by the way, that dark side won because it elevated it. So, like I said, we're all a little crazy. It's just some creative people are a little bit more crazy than others because they use that creative where the crazy lives. I'm not crazy. I'm mentally screaming at animators like a normal. Yeah. You know, it's all about your perspective about things. Are women more crazy than men? No. It's just a different type of insanity. Just watch the men at a football game. Or a sporting event. Yeah.
A single day, a single year, a single laugh, a single tear, a single heart that sings a single word that just means love. 100 days, 100 years, 100 laughs, 100 tears, 100 hearts that sing words that all mean love.
Any other questions that this old guy can answer for you? Or are we all too busy listening to the music? Someone right now is going, they're singing! I can barely hear it because you turned the volume down. I'm afraid to let my crazy side out due to the fact I'm a big mofo and strong to boot. So letting my crazy out usually ends up me in cuffs. Mother herself threatened to call the cops. I'm thinking. I do have a response for you, but I'm thinking how to put this. That's not crazy. Okay, that's something else. That's aggression. All right. And you just need to find a right avenue to release that aggression. I don't believe in negative, that all emotions are negative. Anger is not a negative emotion. It's an emotion telling you you disagree with something, or something's really bothering you, and you need to address it in a positive way. It's like if I say something on my stream, you're more than welcome in my chat to disagree with me, and we can have a discussion about it. You don't have to agree with me all the time. If it's like I like saying this, huh? I don't mean to. I say this all the time. If you need to cry, cry. If you need to laugh, laugh. If you need to get angry, get angry. But don't let those negative feelings you have change you from being the good, kind person that you want to be. We all have emotions. We all get sad. We all get happy. We all get angry. When we're dealing with anger or an aggressive emotion, it's how do I address this emotion in a positive way instead of, hurting people? How do I deal with this without hurting people? And that's when you have to take time, do something to release the initial aggression, play a video game, work out, whatever, meditate. Wherever you do, however way you can release that negative emotion, those aggressive feelings without hurting somebody, that's what you need to do. Then your mind becomes clear and you can address that situation. All right. Now, crazy. Crazy is like. Is going outside and you see a squirrel and you sit there and say, I wonder if I could shove 150 walnuts into this mouth. Just out of curiosity. It's a crazy thought. It's just like, it did pop into my head the other day. It's like, I wonder if I could shove 150 walnuts in his mouth. I have to catch it first. Then I also have to get walnuts. But I'm curious. I really like to know if I could shove 150 walnuts in a squirrel. Why? I don't know. It's just a thought that popped in my head. And it's also, I mean, it's those thoughts that pop into your head for no particular reason, and and after you think it, you go, "Why did I think it?" That's the crazy side. I mean, that's the little bit of crazy in everybody. We all get those little questions. It's like, and you go to the shore, you see this beautiful golden retriever running down the beach, and you look at it and say, "Why can't you be a beautiful woman?" This is what you never watch. What you never actually watch? What the world outside? Yeah, you did. I've played that a few times on my stream, unless you weren't here. I played that a few times on my stream. That's the crazy. I mean, when you get those thoughts that you pop in your head that make no fucking sense whatsoever, that's the crazy. That's the crazy in all of us. That it's like my favorite thing is I'm sitting there when I was working in somebody's house and I was doing my thing. I was talking to and I talked to myself. And the lady goes, and usually it was either the guy or the woman who said, "Are you talking to me?" I said, "No, I'm talking to myself. Don't worry about it. I'm not insane. Even though I do answer my own questions, don't worry about it." So that's just one of the things. Or it's I like telling the story where I was in this house. It was a tough job, and I had to work. It was a tough job, meaning I had to run a new cable line into an area. And there's this no, it wasn't three. It was like 5 black women sitting there talking, they're cursing, all this stuff. They were talking about someone's mother-in-law. And they're sitting there going to town, they're getting very loud. And I finally get done, and I go, and I'll walk into the room. They all look at me. Oh, I apologize for how we're talking. I said, "Oh, there's nothing to apologize for. You have said some very kind things about that mother-in-law. I just can't believe how nice you were about it." And it stun-locked them for a second, and they all started to laugh. Now, that's just a little bit crazy, It's kind of like saying, "Hey, one, I'm telling you, it's not bothering you. It doesn't bother me." And 3, yeah, I was listening on your conversation. I found it kind of funny. Okay. I used to have a tree that I beat up until I destroyed it. Now I try to enjoy VTubers or anything, but my mother is telling me not to listen, watch, enjoy it. How old are you, Logan? You're going to do a very good psycho impression, Patrick Bape. One, I don't know who that is. Very good psycho impression. On top of that, I barely have time to myself, but they won't allow me to have. Oh, you're still a teenager, buddy? Because that kind of doesn't make sense, Logan. Just like, I mean, not trying to make you reveal too much. I mean, if you're like, are you still in high school, or you're about to graduate, or are you in college? Just give me a general idea of your age range, so I kind of know what to say. Because I don't really tell people how to raise their kids. He's doing a good psycho impression. Your soul is mine. I did that on the phone with my son one day. I don't know why. I just like your soul is mine. It belongs to me now. There's your Halloween ringtone. Just imagine getting a call in a room full of people, and all of a sudden you hear, "Your soul is mine. It belongs to me now." Wasn't me. I mean, your mom sounds kind of like my mom used to be, with like oh, my perfect little angel won't watch that kind of stuff. Yeah, he does. What the fuck are you talking about? You know? I mean, some, no, there, as we get older, we all kind of, and have kids, we kind of like want them to avoid things that we found that we made mistakes on. And people get overprotective, or better way to put it, overbearing about things. That's kind of how my mom was, and kind of way my ex-wife it is. I was more of if you're gonna do it, at least do it in front of me. Because if it's kind of stupid that I already know you're gonna do it, and trying to hide it really is not gonna help. Because I already kind of know that you're gonna do it. Because I did it too. Nope, 24. Then you tell you what, you're an adult. You're allowed to watch what you want to watch, and you got to make it clear to your parents. You're 24. You can get a job. I mean, you just literally tell them, I'm going to get a job. I'm going to move out. You know? That's the point. I'm going to get a job. I'm going to move out. You know, I can't stay here with you anymore. If they ask why, I said, I'm beginning to hate you. I need to be able to breathe. I need to find me. In trade school, you can still work. In fact, you could become an apprentice and get paid. Depends on the trade. I know I'm more of a type of person now, and it's easier for me to say this now. When I was 24 years old, I was married, had 2 kids at that time, if I remember correctly. I had 2 kids and one on the way. And I had a mother that tried to control my life. I was the baby of the family, and she was overbearing, overprotective. And it just caused nothing but problems. So I think when I was 25, I just cut her off because I couldn't deal with it. It was causing problems in my marriage. I was like, I can't deal with this. Something's got to go. I'm staying with my wife. So I'm not talking to you no more. Because I'm not going to deal with it no more. And you will get to the point, and this is not to be getting aggressive, it's just being honest. It's like, I can't deal with this. Mom, Dad, I can't deal with this. You're treating me like I'm 6 years old. I'm going to trade school. I want to have a place of my own. I want to grow up. You can't keep me here. I'm going to move out. Whether it be in a month or a year from now, I'm going to move out. And I'll tell you, as a parent, that's one of our fears is after our kids move out, we're kind of left with each other. What do we do then? That's a question that every parent has to deal with. Because, even parents have their fantasy of being the perfect parent. That we got to protect our children. And it's one of those things, reality has to set in. You're 24 years old. You have a right to be your own person. You have a right to get a job, to experience life. That you can't, and your parents are trying to shelter you. Okay. laws, you stupid thing. And it's, I hate to say this, is every parent does that. You know, they want to shelter their kids. They don't want them to be exposed to the bad thing. They don't want to see their kids get in trouble, regardless of age. Hell, my son is almost 30. I don't want to see him suffer. You know, that's the last. I don't want him calling me up and saying all these. He's in things are horrible and all that stuff. I don't want to hear that. And I want to protect him. But I've come to the space where, one, he's in Florida. I'm living where I'm at, and which is not Florida, thank God. He has to deal with it on his own, and he can call me for advice. But if he ever really needs me, I'll get down to Florida. I'll find a fucking way to get to Florida. So you need to. There comes a time when you gotta choose yourself over everything else, right? Or you're gonna go crazy. You gotta have to finally say, I gotta do this for me. I gotta be selfish. You gotta pick a time to be selfish. And that sounds like kind of what you need to do. Say, I just gotta do this, or else I'm gonna go insane. You just be honest with your parents, and it's like, I gotta do this. I can't deal with this anymore. I gotta be on my own. Because that's how you grow as a human being, you know? And that's it for Dr. Phil. You know, it's like lately I've been thinking I need to get a part-time job. I've been also thinking, hey, maybe I should set up some kind of donation system on here, so if you want to send me support, you can. I don't, but I also have the same thought in my head. I only got like 82 subscribers. What am I jumping the gun on doing something like that? I mean, you doubt yourself all the time. You know, I'm 57. I doubt myself every fucking day. No, what's acceptable? What isn't acceptable? No, it's like Twitter etiquette that someone gave me advice about, because I was tagging people all the time. Don't do that, supposedly. Because the way I thought about it was like, if I'm going to talk about you, I want you to know I'm talking about you. I'm not trying to talk behind your back. That's why I was tagging people all the time. I'm talking about you. I want you to be aware of it. You know, it wasn't like being malicious or anything like that. It was more along the lines of, hey, I'm doing this and I'm talking about you. I want you to be aware of it. It's just, to me, that seems like common courtesy, but apparently it isn't. People find it annoying. It's like, okay, I won't do it no more. Not a big deal. I didn't know. I want to get into trouble. I want to experience life. And I'm real mad that my mother won't let me go. Well, like I said, buddy, when you go to trade school tomorrow, see if you can get into, like, hire someplace as an apprentice. I don't know what you're going to trade school for, so I'm assuming I'm assuming it's a trade. Fuck. No shit, it's a trade. He's going to a trade school. And it's fine to think of yourself. No, at 24, you should think of yourself. I mean, to be honest about it, my big mistake was I got married early and I became a parent early. I didn't take the time to grow up. And it's part. How to put this? You need that time to make mistakes. And as long as those mistakes doesn't get you into serious trouble, You know, have your electric turned off because you couldn't afford to pay the bill. Or have your water turned off because you couldn't afford to pay the bill. That teaches you how to properly manage your money. You know, be able to, worry about if you're going to be able to buy food this week. So that's all part of growing up, and how to properly manage money and your responsibilities. If someone's doing it for you all the time, and not to be too depressing, what happens when they die? They're not going to be there to do it for you. I'm going to go see if I can get a job repairing wheel mills. High risk, high reward. If you can stand the heights, go for it. I mean, I had a brother-in-law that used to repair communication towers. Those big cell phone towers. He used to climb up to the top and do it all the time. He made pretty good money. No, I couldn't do it. I'll tell you right now, I used to stand on the tail of C-5 aircraft in the Air Force repairing hydraulics. And there's, hey, buddy, if you want to get away from your mom, enlist. Go in the military. What she's going to say then? You can't leave? You go tell the government because it's too late. I mean, if that's if you're willing to do that, going to that extreme, if you wanted to do that, that's a possibility. And, and you have to be honest with yourself if you're really a good fit for the military. If you're willing to be, depending on what branch you go into, you can either have 8 weeks of someone yelling in your face or 4 months of someone yelling in your face. Don't make, obviously, a stupid decision to take care of your body. Yeah, no, it's all about your choices, dude. You gotta do what's best for you. I mean, the only person that knows who you are is you. No, it's like when I go to the doctor, how you doing? I'm doing okay. How's your sugar? It's all been okay. Have you been checking your sugar level? No. Because I know what my body's telling me. That's the reason why I was eating M&Ms earlier. I know my sugar levels were getting low, so I got M&Ms here and I eat some. And then once I feel okay, I stop eating them. You know your body. You know what you want to do. You just have to do it. And if someone's getting in the way, whether it be your mother or a significant other or friends, then you need to kindly tell them to step out of your way because you got someplace there's something you need to do because that's what you want to do. Put it this way, don't make the same mistake I made. I wanted to go into computer programming. I loved computer programming. I mean, doing logic charts, putting things in, what was it, Cobalt code. Oh, I enjoyed that immensely. And my dad wanted me to be an electrical engineer. One, I suck at math. I was like, what the fuck? No, I want to be an electrical engineer. I don't. Because he wanted to be an electrical engineer. Well, I wasn't strong enough to stand up to my dad. So I started going to learn how to be an electrical engineer, and I hated every fucking minute of it, and I dropped out of college. He goes, why did you drop out of college? And I finally told him, because I didn't want to be a fucking electrical engineer. That's why. That's why I dropped out of college. I didn't want to do it. It's not what I wanted to be. That's what you wanted to be. And if you want to be that, go to college. Be who you want to be. As simple as that. Maybe don't join the military this decade, yeah? Bad. I don't know about that, buddy. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of unrest in the world and all that stuff. But I will say this. Well, I'll take a little look at the headlines here. It's what's going on in the world is all mostly internal per country. No. It's not, other than the Ukraine thing, it's not really external. It's like you. It's people who are tired of being treated like second-class citizens in their own country. You know, there's a lot of people sitting there. Oh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. We're gonna attack this country. We're going no, it's not gonna happen. I mean, it's a lot of talking tough going on right there, but a lot of things it's now being turned internally because people have to, the countries have to get their internal strife right, and before they sort of start dealing with international stuff. Because if things aren't right at home, you can't really deal with international stuff, you know? Because you won't have the support of the public. Or, no, the people who actually fucking vote. It's one of those things that you gotta be aware of. And because if you look at the headlines, if there was really something serious going on, at least here in America, you won't be seeing Nikki Sticks as Mickey Mars claimed the Motley Crue. You won't be seeing that stuff. You'll see a lot more political stuff going on. You know? And I'm not just talking about the Charlie Cook stuff. I'm talking about a lot of international headlines, tensions in this area of the world higher than they've ever been, all that kind of stuff. I'm not seeing that. So we're seeing a lot of, the typical Trump stuff, that kind of stuff, But we're not really seeing a lot of like Middle East, or we're not even seeing too much about the Ukraine right now. So I go into the military. I don't think it's a bad. I don't think it's a bad time to do it. Really, you could really tell when the climate for a possible war to happen. I know in time the sandbox fucking things over for too many people. Yeah, look what's fucking happening in the UK, Nepal, Japan, all that stuff. I know that Muslim hate is getting higher. It's mostly because they're not properly vetting people who are coming into countries. Because if they just didn't start that when they came into the country, they were like that in the countries they left, and they shouldn't have been coming into the country to begin with. It's your elected officials are failing you, and that's what a lot of people. The people they're really angry at their own governments. That's the problem. Okay, for last, I would say, with the 4 years with Trump, the first 4 years of Trump was trying to set a different tone worldwide, and then when the 4 years with Biden, the world had a different tone of, oh, we got to take care of everybody. Listen, we can't take care of everybody. No country can. Okay? Because there's not enough resources to go around. No one country has enough resources to take care of everybody. what people need to do, if they don't like the way things are in their country, they need to fucking change it. You know? There's nothing wrong with a little bit of revolutions. Okay, will people die? Yeah. But you're fighting to be free. Okay, you just can't give people freedom. They have to want it. They have to bleed for it. They have to be willing to die for it in order to appreciate being free. I studied for 3D animation, but I know it's not a good source of income with the way things are now. But I heard that windmill repair is on-the-job training and get paid while doing it. Why can't you do both? You know, do 3D animation for yourself. You know, you get the experience, and because if you went to school for 3D animation, the entry-level jobs are not going to pay that well because you don't have the experience. You know, but you can do the windmill thing and also do 3D animation where you're at home, or design stuff like that, or I don't know it too much. I don't know exactly what you need for it, but you can get with the 3D or with the windmill stuff. You can get the money to get the stuff you need to do it at home. Get your experience. Like with the VTuber thing, you can become an artist for VTubers. Do 3D animation with them, so you can get some experience and get better at it, and then you can start making a living at it. Because let's use Nautilus as an example. When she first started out, she wasn't charging $10,000 for a model. I'm sure she wasn't even charging $1,000 for a model. I bet her first model was free. You know? Just saying. I bet her first model was free. It was probably a PNG. Everybody starts somewhere. And once you get the experience, you can charge the $10,000 for whatever, or charge $5,000 and be on commission, be your own boss and all that stuff, If you want to do that, you just got to figure out how to do that. It's like my son wants to be an artist, okay? He draws all the time. Those who follow me on Twitter probably could kind of figure out who it is by looking at my likes. And I don't hide it. Just if you figure it out, don't fucking bother them. But it's like he wanted to go to Japan to be a manga artist. I said, no, go for it. I'm just telling you straight up, it's going to be an extremely difficult thing to do because they don't want foreigners to be artists for manga. You're fighting for a better. We're all fighting for a better future. We are. That's what. I'm fighting for a better future for my little piece of the world. That's what I mean. You gotta, you got to fight for your future. If whatever you want to do in the future, you just got to find a way to get there. It's not like you can start a YouTube channel and have 50 million subscribers right off the bat. You got to build to it. You got to do the grind for it. You got to work for it and all that stuff. If you want to be a 3D artist, you got to work for it. You got to do the grind, and you got to figure out how to do it. Animate it while at home, but do the windmill stuff for income. Yeah. I don't even have Twitter. Count yourself lucky, Clanker. Count yourself lucky. I got Twitter because I promote my channel. Or else I wouldn't be active. Because I got two Twitter accounts. I got one basically for promoting my YouTube channel, which I'm on all the time, so people to keep being interactive with people so they could come to my channel and watch it. And there's another one that's my personal one that you don't get to see. That's why I implied, but I seem to fail at implying. Oh, that's okay. You know, we got there. Maggot industry is hell for the natives. Figuring out a way to work outside the system. Yeah, I mean, I told him to do his own comic, you know? If you want to be an artist, one, you got to draw all the fucking time. Even when you don't want to, you got to do it. You know? Or your skills go away. I plan on making assets for like 50 cents to $1. Hey, cool. Cool. I don't have 50 cents. I'm on disability. And I don't get that much in disability. I just barely get enough to cover my rent and basic needs. Hell, I don't even get enough to. I don't even get enough disability to cover my basic needs. I'm thinking about getting a part-time job, to be honest with you. I mean, I kind of do hope. I mean, I don't plan to become rich over YouTube. I don't foresee YouTube being a financial windfall like it used to be. I mean, for a while there, anybody who does content on YouTube become a fucking millionaire inside of 2 to 5 years. There's a delay in chat reply. I know. Because there's a delay in stream. What you're seeing or hearing from me right now is like 60, about a minute to minute and a half behind. So, yeah, there's a slight delay. If I start playing a video, it becomes like 2 minutes behind. So that's the reason why I don't have the video playing right now. But, you know, it's like, how much money per month would I like to get out of YouTube? $800 a month. That's it. I have Twitter. I love it. Hey, Dusty. But me, I'd just like to make about $800 a month out of YouTube. Because that would, no, quite frankly, I won't lose my disability. I'll keep my health insurance. And I can live reasonably okay. Now, if I blow up and I'm making Mr. Beast money, well, hey, there we are. We make Mr. Beast money. I don't foresee that happening, to be honest with you. I mean, I'd be quite content making $800 from YouTube. I mean, I'd be happy with that. I'm not really interested in... I don't foresee me getting really that successful on YouTube, to be honest with you. I mean, unless I have a viral video somehow, which I really doubt. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get a full-time job. My job ain't give me enough, but I don't have the confidence to be a YouTube streamer. I will tell you this, Dusty, the only way you get confidence in being a YouTube streamer is just doing it. Or I tell you this much, I constantly improve every time I stream. You know, but you gotta just start doing it. You know? I mean, people told me to do Twitch. I fucking hate Twitch, by the way. Can't stand it. I'm not too happy with YouTube either, but I'd rather be on YouTube than Twitch. Speaking of which, I want to take a quick look at something. Yeah, that's okay. Let's go to YouTube Studio real fast. I want to see something real fast. Because I'm thinking about it. And... I'm going to go here. Oh, let's see. Elementary is okay. Let's see. We'll let you know when you're eligible. Continue to grow. Watch page ads. You earn from ads around your videos. Let's see. Memberships. Supers. Shopping. What? I don't have it on online store, so we're not gonna worry about that. I'm checking if you're following. All right. I'm curious. Yeah. Don't count yourself out, Grumps. The people are hungry for non-clickbait, non-total stupid content. And as soon as I stop sabotaging you, I'm sure you'll get big. All right. Okay. I'm not doing repetition content. I'm not worried about that. I just went. That's what I want. I mean, I tend to repeat myself a lot, but I don't do repetitious content. I mean, I play clips and we comment on them, but I guess I have to do, I guess I have to make an AdSense account. I'm not worried about that. Apparently, I need to become a partner. You need to get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 public watch hours and 10 million. No, I don't really do shorts because I don't know how. So I plan to get started. But I just want to know about super chats and memberships. You know, they don't really tell me. I mean, YouTube sucks at explaining shit. I don't know. I mean, how many subscribers do you need to get super chats? Or how many subscribers do you need to get memberships? You know? Not that I'm planning on, it's, just so you know, what I'm planning on doing memberships is just $1. $1 to be a member. Because I talked about this on the video I deleted. Was that it's like Patreon. Now people put extra content on Patreon. It's like, what content can I put on Patreon? I don't do standalone videos really. I mean, all the standalone videos I got coming out. I mean, I got all these are scheduled. Okay. Oh, this one got released. All right. It's like this one got released. All right. And all these are scheduled to come out. Every Saturday, there's going to be a video coming out. All right. And it's just to try to drive traffic, but they're coming from my streams. I'm literally editing my streams to make standalone videos. So I can't really like you come into my stream and what, I'm gonna put those on fucking Patreon? That's not gonna work. It's not exactly fair. That's why I was kind of like looking at other things as like, you know, do I make a specific content or do streaming on Patreon or what? I mean, I can create a PayPal account if I wanted to and have like a tip jar. I could do that. But, you know, it's like, if you're going to donate to me, I kind of want you to get something out of it. And I mean, that's why I was like, say $1. Because you just supported me for $1. I mean, if 82 of you donate me $1 per month, that's $82 a month. I mean, hey, It's $82. I'm not going to complain about it. I mean, I don't feel comfortable right now going, hey, I'm going to donate $5 a month and I'm not going to give you nothing. I'm just going to do a little scroll at the end as soon as I figure out how to do that, where your name will be up there. But to me, it's nice and all that stuff, but it's like everybody does that shit, Not too happy with YouTube or Twitch, especially either. The double standards they pull when they are unreasonably banning people is dumb, especially when they keep problematic people breaking the rules. Yeah. I've done enough videos about that. No, just go on my Twitter accounts. You can see it's a few times I've gone after YouTube. I've been thinking about streaming on Kick because how much more respectable the reason why I don't stream on Kick, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it's because it's the home of the nuisance streamers. John Somali, Ice Poseidon, others have gone to foreign countries and just being a fucking nuisance. That's where all that originated at, because they couldn't do it on Twitch. The short shit couldn't do it on YouTube. So they went, and Kick allowed it to happen. Do ASMR content? Fuck. Do I have the voice for ASMR? I mean, come on. Fuck. What's that sound? It sounds like gravel going down a roof. No, that's just my voice. I don't have the voice for ASMR. Shit. ASMR content. Fuck me. That one caught me off guard. I gotta admit, that one, Logan, that one caught me off guard. I wasn't prepared for that one. ASMR content. Yet. Motherfuckers, don't do that to me. I'm too old to be shocked like that. ASMR content. All right, you win the whole. You get the big thumbs up for the day on that comment there, Logan. I like looking at music videos. All right. And occasionally I'll watch a Japanese music video because I do like the baby metal. And if you don't like baby metal, what the fuck are you doing here? Because I just said I like baby metal. No, I'm not listening to that. No. This was a cute little video, by the way. I'll play this. This was a cute little video. I watched this earlier today. Jesus. Yeah, it was a cute little video I watched earlier today. I liked it. I mean, if I didn't like it, I wouldn't have played it. No. No, I'm legit just for a gag, even do ASMR. You know what? I did have an idea. And I'll have to get people's permission to do it, though. Is to do a streaming of when I go to the doctor. Vetoed. Yeah, it means I have to buy an ASMR mic or just turn this one down real low. But yeah, I can do it. No, it may be. No, you're making me think about it, Logan. I may do a ASMR stream, just for the shits and giggles of it. It'd probably only be like an hour long. I mean, I really can just sit here and talk like this. I can. If you watch my earlier streams, I was basically doing ASMR because I was mumbling a lot. So, yeah, my early streams, I was mumbling a lot. I wasn't enunciating or anything. Hey, this is this grumpy old guy. Well, welcome to my stream. How is everybody doing? You know. And ASMR. That still gets me. But you know, oh, everybody's watching the video now. Oh, you could. No, I'm not gonna get me in trouble. Yeah, I'll watch that later. The VTuber thing. No, this Minecraft thing. I kind of like the. Why is it repeating the content over and over again? Evil Neuro's stop motion extravaganza. Okay. Yeah, I like it. It was very cute. No. I watched that earlier today and I was like, oh, that was cute. Let's see if he notices.
Aw, yeah. Here's your superstar tonight. Yeah?
Yeah, you know who this is. It is your one and only Tifa in the house. You know how it's going to go down with me. I'm about to tell you, so listen good.
Here I come, a mega idol. All eyes on me, no eyes on you. You think I'm silly? I'm here to save the world. I'm gonna fight till the end. Yeah, I am a superstar inside the screen so fly. I am the one that you desire day and night. I am a superstar inside the screen so fly. I am the only one, yeah, the Ripper. I was a kid who dreamed to become somebody awesome in this world. The fate really sucked, I had to give up. That's how I lost my way. Then came along a way I could shine, a virtual space where I can belong. You may laugh at me, but that's how things unfolded in this crazy life of mine. I must watch out, there are many rivals waiting to eat me alive. I will not give the stage to anyone. Here I come, Omega Idol. All eyes on me, no eyes on you. You think I'm silly? I'm here to save the world. I'm gonna fight till the end. I have intense, bomb igniting thoughts. They will create shockwaves in your brain. No matter what, the circus must go on. We're in this crazy world together, you and me. I am a superstar inside the screen so fly. I am the one that you desire day and night. I am a superstar inside the screen so fly. I am the only one, yeah, the Ripper. Even if the darkness gets a hold of you, I'll be by your side. I'll be the shining star to light the way. We all have scars inside and nights of tears, and that's okay. You're not alone, yeah, you're a part of me eternally. Here I come, Omega Idol. All eyes on me, no eyes on you. You think I'm silly? I'm here to save the world. I'm gonna fight till the end. Yeah, I have intense, bomb igniting thoughts. They will create shockwaves in your brain. No matter what, the circus must go on. We're in this crazy world together, you and me. So don't let go and just be awesome. Just be awesome. I am a superstar inside the screen so fly. I am the one that you desire day and night. I am a superstar inside the screen so fly. I am the only one, yeah, the Ripper.
Watch your ASMR video get thousands of views and blow up your channel. Yeah, right. Hey, you this gravelly voice guy doing ASMR? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. Hey, I know just for a gag, I could do it at least once, you know. But yeah, there you are, clankers. You've been paid for the month. Silver Veil Hotto Doggo? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm probably gonna wrap this up. Because it's been going on for 4 hours, and let's just see if anything pops up here real fast that no. See if I can play something that's not going to get me in trouble. I want to play something I haven't played in a while. Streaming. There we go. All right. Yeah, apparently you didn't catch all that. Sorry. OBS being a bitch as always. It's also the computer I'm using. I'm not using the big beefy one. That's a lot beefier than the one I'm using right now. But yeah, I'll think about the ASMR thing. But yeah, I'm going to wrap things up. We're going to play this song. and then we're going to wrap it up and let you know what's going on for tomorrow. You're not really missing that much because it's buffering on my side too. Yeah, it's buffering on my side. Yeah, even though that was a little scuff. Yeah. But tomorrow, even though I've got it set up that I'm supposed to do an afternoon stream, I don't think I'm going to be able to because I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I may be able to do something in the afternoon. What do I got scheduled for tomorrow afternoon? I got cheating Minecraft tomorrow, Tuesday. I don't think, because by the time I get home from the doctor's appointment, I'm going to have to get something to eat and cook dinner and all that stuff. And then I have to get set up for the VTuber highlights. I don't think I'm going to be able to do an afternoon stream tomorrow. So that cheating Minecraft stream will go to Wednesday, where it says afternoon gaming, which will be a cheating Minecraft stream Wednesday afternoon. And I still haven't figured out a subject for Wednesday, but I'll come up with something. I usually do. But anyway, well, thank you for being here. Once again, like I said earlier, if you like this content, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Tell your friends to come to the channel and join and take part. And I will see you tomorrow evening for VTuber highlights, where we're going to be looking at Tricky. And I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, you all have